nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There's three of us that have white.
Thank you.
green shirts. Here.
Welcome to the Independence Township Planning Commission meeting. Agendas for tonight's meeting are available on the table over there by the door. Agendas and minutes of prior meetings are available on the township website. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the agenda as it is over there, as it may be amended this evening by the Planning Commission. Other individuals participating in the meeting this evening include representatives from the township's planning consultant, Megan Mason-Minnock, the consultants Carlisle Wortman, and our planning director, Brian Ottman. Next item is roll call.
Bill Scarborough,
Here.
Joe Sucher,
Here.
Belinda Billings here, Brian Galley,
Here.
Jason Borsheim,
Here.
Ron Ritchie,
Here.
Tom Patel.
Here.
We have a quorum. Review of the agenda. Anybody have any changes or amendments to the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda is approved as submitted. Next item is public comments for items not on the agenda. This is intended to provide the audience in attendance in person and remotely the opportunity to comment on items which are not on the agenda. If something you want to talk about is on the agenda, you'll have an opportunity when we get to that section to discuss that. I will open it up to members tonight in person, and then after everyone has said what they want to say, we will open it up remotely. Please come forward to the podium when you are called on to speak. Address your comments to the planning commissions. Please state your remarks in a concise and brief manner. And everyone please turn off your cell phones. So with that said, I'll open up the public comment for items not on the agenda. Anybody in the audience that has anything they'd like to say? Quiet audience tonight. How about online? Anybody online?
Nobody's online.
Nobody? Okay. One last chance. Anybody? Okay, I will close the public comment portion of the meeting. We have no public hearings. The next item is a regular business update and the master plan. This is a review of the latest draft, possibly the final review before we move to the next step. And Megan, for the benefit of the people in the audience, and if anybody tunes in online, could you just give a brief explanation of the next steps?
So the next steps is the Planning Commission would make a motion to submit the plan to the Township Board for review and comment and request approval for distribution of that proposed plan. And that's a requirement of the Michigan Planning Enabling Act. If the Township Board then decided to distribute it to the abutting jurisdictions, it would go to all neighboring local units of government, Oakland County, the Southeastern Michigan Council of Governments, each public utility company, railroad, public transportation system that's registered with the township to receive notice, as well as the Road Commission for Oakland County and the Michigan Department of Transportation. Each of those entities would have 63 days to submit written comments, and they would come back via your staff, and then be presented to you after that expiration of that 63-day review period. After that 63-day review period is over, the Planning Commission is required to hold at least one public hearing. And so that would be noticed in the paper, and then you would have a formal public hearing to gather any comment. On completion of that public hearing, the Planning Commission may approve the plan by resolution, and it's just a simple majority of the commission members is required to approve that resolution. After that, that is transmitted, you transmit a copy of the plan to the township board, and then the township board by resolution is authorized to assert the right to approve or reject the plan. And we wanted, just please note that it's been the township practice in the past for the township board to act on the plan. At any one of those steps, where either you're making a decision or the township board can make a decision, they can decide to step back, or the township board could send it back to you, or you could make changes along the way. So, you know, you have at least, if everything went swimmingly and smoothly, you would be done in 3 months. But at each of those times when it would come back to you, which is after the 63-day review period, you would have a chance to make any changes. After the public hearing, before you make that, before you approve it and send it on to the township board.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a question. If we make changes, once the process starts, the process doesn't start over again?
No, sir, it
Okay,
doesn't.
good. I just want to make sure of that.
It's good planning practice if you make a big change that's on a border, to go back and, do the notification to adjacent communities again. But that's not a requirement by state law. It's more, again, good planning practice and being polite to your neighbors.
And I will say the county, that's what they're looking at, is border compatibility. So that's typically what the Board of Commissioners is looking at.
So, just so the audience knows, the intent tonight is not to review the master plan in full. We are most likely going to talk about changes that have been made since the last time, as well as any possible additional changes. There will be an opportunity where the master plan, as Megan indicated, will have a public hearing, and it will be explained in full to the audience, and the audience will be given the opportunity to comment on it then also. So, any questions from the commission? Yeah, Ron?
Yeah, I guess, since I've done this a couple times, I've not seen this. I take it that there's a checklist of all the people that we send the plan to, and then we keep a list of who responds, and then what those responses are?
Yeah, we have all that tracked. So we'll use the same list. I mean, we'll probably double check everything, but we'll use the same list we used when we sent out the letter of intent to plan. So it's all the utilities and things like that. Usually we get almost no response from anybody. That's been previous experience.
Well, I know a couple times we got responses. I didn't get it, and I guess that's what I was getting at with the checklist. Hopefully we got some evidence that we sent it to them, this is who it went to. I don't know if we send it, you know, receipt, mail, or anything like that, but
First class mail.
just try to have a record that.
Yeah, we always get a county report. It's rather lengthy, but that's their standard protocol. Other than that, I think it's been very rare that we've gotten neighbor comments.
All right. I just wanted, because I remember there was one time somebody said I didn't get it, so it's like, so they wanted to come at the last minute and change stuff. So.
Anybody else got any comments? Don't get into the issues yet, just on the process or anything. So the way I'd like to proceed with this is talk about, sort of like, you know, any remaining comments we may have, any changes made, since the last one, most notably the implementation plan and the matrix. And then, in hopes that perhaps those comments may answer some of the questions the audience has. And then, after we have that discussion, I'll open it up to the public. So, moving forward, who would like to be the first one to talk about anything? Do you have any, Megan, do you have any particular order you'd like to go through this in?
Well, I know that there had been some questions from the public, specifically around Sashaba between Maybe and Pelton and the Walters Lake area. I can touch on those before you all start, or that could hold until later.
Why don't you go ahead?
We were made aware that there were concerns expressed by the public about the attached detached designation on Sashaba between Maybe and Pelton on the east side. That has been, so, just so. So it's these black dots here. So this is Sashaba, this is Pelton, this is Maybe. So, for the audience, this is the designation of attached, detached, single family. Here is Sashaba, here's Pelton, here's Maybe Road. There was concern expressed about that designation. That designation's been in place since 2008. Previous planning commissions felt that that was an appropriate designation due to the busyness of Sashaba Road and the depth and size of those parcels, creating an opportunity for attached units that wasn't likely other places, and that was something the township was looking for at the time. That planning designation has a density of 4 units per acre, and that area is zoned currently R1A. Just like the surrounding residential developed parcels, that zoning has a density of 2.9 units per acre because it's a 15,000 square foot lot. And then we took a density measurement of, on the west side of Sashaba, that block, including the block on Sashaba and then on the other street, so that entire block length, because that's equivalent to the block on the other side. So that's about a little over 20 acres with 70 houses, and that rounds out to 3.4 units per acre. So just, I know that density is always a consideration when you're looking at it. Under that future land use designation, single family is still an allowed and encouraged use. It just opens up the possibility for an attached product there. Also, it highly encourages that it would be a PUD, and likely, and for anything to change in that area, it would be a rezoning. And so the township would, so probably a PUD or maybe a conditional rezoning, and then the township would have a lot of opportunity through those two mechanisms in terms of, especially the PUD, to influence the design. But consolidation of that amount of parcels is unlikely to do a really large development in our experience. And also wanted to note that the master plan for that attached detached designation expresses that it should be an owner occupied attached unit. When things were updated for the zoning to match, the zoning category that equates this to match that, the township attorney at the time said that they didn't feel that the township could require that at that time. But then that was something that if you felt like that was absolutely essential, you could direct in the implementation that you go back and look at that. Or also, it's been our experience in the past 10 years that most of these attached type of housing, so usually 2plexes, 3plexes, 4plexes, or townhomes are usually for sale. But I understand that, you know, people look at the gamut and whatnot. So in that particular one, you have some options. You can leave it as it is. You could limit it to that attached housing district only. And also you could write a paragraph about this area in particular if it is of a concern that you want to change it.
Okay, thank you.
And then on the Walters Lake area, I think this was just a mix-up in color. So this is the Walter Lakes area, and you can see it's mostly orange. So that orange is this traditional lakefront residential. Some folks with different printers and different monitors, what can happen is that it's gotten mixed up with this color down here, which is this multiple family residential. So this is planned for single family housing in that traditional lakefront style. And actually, because of the lack of sewer serving that area, it has never been planned for multiple family.
Okay. Anything else? You wanna add?
No, thank you.
Anybody have comments?
Bill, I've got just a question, but it's not a very specific one, but you mentioned, going into the PUD, for any changes in their development or whatnot, and I'm just wondering whether you think, because the PUD ignores all the zoning laws, and, you create new zoning laws in that area. Is that a good direction to go in general? To more focus on PUDs and forget zoning, or you probably don't want to get on the hook for that, right?
No, I have an answer. It shouldn't be your standard operating procedure for everything to be done through a planned unit development. What you should do is to look to see what you want and have it zoned appropriately. And your zoning ordinance does that in many ways, and actually offers a couple of overlay districts, including a planned residential development, that's like it's kind of like a PUD light, that gives you that, bit of negotiation, but also then lays out very clearly what your musts are. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, right, because I know the downside of PUDs, and the upside, but if you're not careful, the downside can really be a downside.
And the downsides can be that, they're difficult to administer 5-10 years later, because they generally have their own set of rules. And often they're misunderstood by the public, and that if something happens with one PUD, where it wasn't administrated well, or the development wasn't of the quality that people hope for, then every single PUD gets colored with that brush, sometimes in the public's mind or in officials' minds.
Okay.
On that same topic of the single-family attached, on page 150, the zoning residential categories where they align to the zonings aligned to the master plan, I would like to see us add under single-family attached, maybe cross out the multifamily, leave single-family attached residential, and maybe add PUD or planned residential development.
Could you give me the page again?
Well, the way mine printed out, it comes in at 115, which should be right, but
It's the zoning plan.
every time it.
Oh,
you have a
thank you. Okay.
different iteration of it, the page
Yeah,
numbers
no,
change.
yes. Okay, so to take that R2 out of the single-family attached, detached? and
Yeah,
then
I'd like
it's
to
just
suggest that. And then, I'm wondering if we should also, under multifamily, include the single-family attached and PUDs under that.
I could see the R2, and then I just wanna make sure that that's, if everyone in the planning commission is in agreement with that, to take off the R2 multiple family.
On the single-family attached detached part, right?
And then the
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and then the PUD really, that could be added to any category.
Yeah, it could.
Like I say,
Yeah.
that, they have to come and ask for that anyway, and
Right.
that's when you,
I saw it somewhere, I thought.
It's under mobile home park, and maybe what
Yeah.
might be best is to take that off of there.
Okay.
And I will say too, if you read the description of single-family attached detached, it does allow some R3 elderly housing too, in the description of the category. So you may wanna consider adding that too.
To Megan's point about consolidation being unlikely, I mean, that's an area of probably some original owners, so when they go to sell, you're probably gonna get a one-off. If the price is right, you would most likely get a one-off duplex for sale, both sides, I guess. To see that whole area get consolidated is, like you said, is highly unlikely. I mean, I think that would be a normal scenario that may happen, correct?
Correct.
somebody
Yeah,
could,
the
but
most-
they still have to conform with all setbacks, all other zoning laws, or go to the ZBA for relief if they feel necessary.
Yeah,
obviously.
most I've seen is 2 or 3 lots combined where they've wanted to, or they've looked at doing something, but it's still heavily restricted once you start putting in roads and infrastructure and things like that, so, that's what in my experience, that's what I've seen.
So,
Yeah.
can I just sum up what we have on the table, or was there
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
more discussion? So, to change this zoning for residential categories on page 115, so that single-family attached, detached, the comparable zoning categories are R4, single-family attached residential, and R3, elderly housing. And then under mobile home park, that PUD, planned unit development, would be deleted.
And I was suggesting, under the multifamily residential master plan designation, we add single-family attached as another zoning category. Because you could do single-family attached, and I wouldn't want to discourage that. That's my thought.
Have lesser density,
Yeah.
still allowed in the higher density.
Okay,
And then, sort of off the subject, but on that same page, I think the latest iteration introduced the concept of office service residential as a master plan designation. I wonder if we should add that here. You can think about it.
Residential.
okay, so that add office service residential. In the table for zoning for non-residential and mixed-use categories. And then,
Well. Okay, yeah, I see your point. Although I don't like the term non-residential, because I think the idea of office service residential is we are offering providing for the opportunity to put residential in that master plan district. So, yeah, I don't know how you cover that.
I think what maybe we do is zoning for non-residential and then zoning for mixed-use categories, including residential, make them 3 tables. And then I think the only ones that, these here that have residential in them are the target area mixed-use designations.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So make 3 tables.
Okay.
So is that what the entire,
So-
the commission, everybody's comfortable with that going forward?
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
I would, at the last one we discussed, it was my issue, I won't say, I brought it up, so I won't wanna say it was only my issue, but the concept of trying to scale back some of the commercial in the Dixie Highway, not the Dixie, in the M15 Cranberry Lake area, as well as Sashabaw north of 75. We discussed the possibility of adding some residential options there, which I think led to this category I just mentioned, office/residential. I'm still, when I read through the context of those various target plans, to me, they still very heavily emphasize office and/or commercial. And, I don't have the answers, but I'd like, almost to the point of where it discourages the I won't say discourages, paints a clear picture that we want office here. it's my opinion that I don't think Independence Township is large enough to warrant 3 significant commercial corridors. And as a result, I just hate to see them expanded any further. And those are my beliefs, and I recognize the problem on Sashabaw with the Pine Knob traffic, but that's, you know, a couple nights a week in the summer. So I'm certainly interested to see what the rest of the commission has to say.
I think, would you be that, Bill, is, excuse me, just to comment, I think what you're saying is maybe we just need some wording there that's saying that, less density uses are still, you know, available to you in those areas as well. Somehow we could word it as that. That-
Yeah.
That, you know,
And-
even though say it's office, you know, OS1 or whatever, that you could still build a single-family home there.
Yeah.
I think if that's what you're getting at, is that, that should be allowable. is what you're saying.
And just, yeah, make it less emphasis on office and a little more on the
But,
residential.
you know, I don't know legally what we're doing, crossing lines or whatever, but I'm just saying, to me, maybe we put in some of our comments that I guess we're in favor of less density, in those areas if somebody has a plan for that, so.
Yeah, and personally, I think if it's done, it should be done under a PUD, because in those areas, I think if we were to allow a higher density residential, it should be of higher quality. And a PUD gives us the ability to control that a little more, because of the visibility of it and stuff like that.
So going north on Sashawa, essentially the south side
That'd be the
is what it is,
The west side,
or pardon me,
or what?
east.
Kinda-
east side.
It's the golf course and.
Yeah,
Pine
and,
Knob,
and
yeah.
existing commercial. So on the west side, you know, there's a handful of parcels that are either for sale or not developed yet,
Yeah,
that have old legacy, single family on, so those are the ones you're talking about?
yeah, I recognize there's
So,
some.
so if somebody came in and wanted to build like a site condo type cul-de-sac development with a gate on it or something like that,
Yeah,
do it as a PUD.
I'd much rather see that in office, even attached.
I don't see the harm in putting it as an option, I mean,
Yeah,
no, at all.
Well, that's what I was getting at, to me, just maybe say it's residential or, you know, you know, what, I don't know if you wanna call it designation, cause like I said, I think if you just allow that different, use of the land, they would still, if they wanna like put, multiple houses on there, they most likely have to come for a variance, like a PUD or something anyway.
yeah,
So I mean, it's really up to them how they wanna develop it, but.
And on the Cranberry Lake side, the road front parcels are kinda all small, old legacy parcels as well, but there are a few big parcels behind those.
yes.
That's
I think-
something
And
coming
just
down.
to give a little, if I may, Mr. Chair, to give a little history on the M15 corridor, because this goes back to the 1991 and 94 plans, that at the time, M15 was the major commercial corridor, and it was the intent of the commission at that time to basically limit it to a less intense office service as opposed to commercial at all on that stretch of M15 north of 75, because that was when Deerwood came into play, and other developments over there on the west side of Cranberry Lake. So, it's always, that area of office service in the northwest sub-area really hasn't changed since the 90s. And there is one property owner that owns most of the very long parcels that go down and feed into the large one on the highway, the triangle on the highway. So, but right now, they're vacant lots, but I think we've kept them as residential all along, even though we've faced development of those parcels in the past. But the intense amount of traffic, even then and now, since I grew up in Deerwood, it's just as bad now as it ever was.
Yeah.
You know, if not worse. So, 'cause of the development up north of us, so.
But-
So that's why it's all office service as opposed to commercial.
yeah, and I would much prefer that than commercial, but, yeah. But one of the things that's changed to me since then, and I alluded, one of my other motivations for wanting to make this change is to encourage the redevelopment of Dixie and the infill development of the town center.
Mm.
Because we've got a lot of availability there, and if you provide options outside of those areas, you could argue discouraging, or you're giving them people an alternative.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would it make sense then to change on page 66, the office service area on that map for Northwest Sub-Area Future Land Use Map? Either that to office service residential, like we've used in Sashaba, and then add a similar category here, or change that office service category here, so it opens it up to different types of residential there, instead of just pegging it to office service.
I like the concept. Yeah.
I think we were discussing this a couple weeks back, or a couple of meetings back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Alright, so is everyone on the commission friendly to that, making a map change and adding a category?
I don't think it does any harm in those two areas.
Okay,
But I would also like some of the verbiage in the various sections to kind of change. I'm not saying ignore office, but realign the emphasis a little
State
bit.
that it can go to residential.
Yeah,
okay,
And what you're saying,
Through-
residential could be attached or detached?
yeah.
throughout all the target plans, or this particular area, the northwest sub-area plan?
To me, it's, forgive me, it's the Sashaba Pine Knob area and the M15 Cranberry Lake. I know that's not what we call it. I don't have it right in front of me. The
Northwest
Northwest
sub-area.
sub-area of future land.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, alright, and is everybody then friendly to those?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one particular question on the map on page 66, because I heard you saying that there's a difference between the parcels, and looking at the size of those parcels, there's a difference between those on Ortonville Road that are on the east side, and the west side when you're looking north of the interchange. So would all of those be appropriate for office service residential, or is one in particular better for the east side or the west side?
I think I was saying that on Sashaba, that the east
Oh.
side's already all developed, so you can't.
Okay,
The east side's kind of a non-issue. It's
Right.
more the west side. I
Then-
don't think I was saying that to this one.
alright, so then I wasn't listening carefully enough.
I might have mumbled. It's
And-
my fault.
And in my thought, if I remember correctly, it's the area up closer to, on the west side, it's the area up closer to Cranberry Lake that has got the potential for some future development. I think the closer you get to I-75, the die's already cast. So I would not suggest that whole strip from the service drive to Cranberry Lake that is currently, I call it purple, be changed, but maybe the northern portion of it.
Okay, so northern portion to office service residential,
Yeah.
alright. Generally nods on that from everyone? Okay,
And then, in that same context, on page 28, we go to it's the commercial office industrial land use goals and objectives. And I think it would be, I'd like to discuss the possibility of adding something that reads something to the effect of encourage infill development of existing commercial and office areas and repurpose of Dixie, highway, properties. And limit rezoning until existing commercial and office is saturated, something to those effects. Any good thoughts?
It does say encourage redevelopment on the bottom.
Does say that, yes. Does say that Dixie Highway portion. How about, so just encourage infill development, in the town center area?
Bill, on the Dixie area, you know, are we comfortable with what the DDA is doing down there and what their requirements are, or what their plans are, or do they mesh with these, or? I'm not sure, because I don't know what the DDA is doing.
I would defer that question to Ron, cause he's on the, you're on the DDA, no? Oh, yeah, who's on the oh, nobody here is on the DDA.
Well, we've tried to match these plans as best we can in terms of the goals and objectives for the corridor. So when we created the DDA development plan and TIF plan, we used a lot of the same goals and objectives. And a lot of our projects relate around, you know, reinvigoration of the corridor, which is essentially what we want in terms of what the master plan calls for that area.
Yeah, and my only concern was, and it sounds like it's taken care of, that we're not creating a conflict,
Yeah.
because I don't think we are.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not trying to build anything, but trying to make sure we don't conflict with anything either.
Mhm.
And I think Mr. Scarborough's suggestion is kind of already happening. There's just some things have come into roadblocks for various reasons. Like, we thought we had one of the most eyesore properties taken down, and, you know, it just doesn't work out with the guy who owns the property. Decides he doesn't want to sell it. So I think internally you guys do encourage it, and I know at least the last planning commission, we tried to make some stuff happen. It just ended up fizzling out. So I think it is in practice.
I like putting it in writing though, cause.
Yeah, no, that's fine, I understand.
Yeah.
I have no problem.
That bullet point, Bill, we could move that up too, cause it's at the bottom
Yeah,
of the
toward the
page.
top.
Okay.
Move it up to make it more prominent, like one of the first one or two.
Why don't we move both of them, the one that's already there about Dixie and the one I asked regarding town center.
So just let me repeat back so I make sure I have it correct. So take the last bullet, encourage redevelopment, increase density at nodes, particularly along Dixie Highway, move that to the first objective. And then after that, add an objective, encourage infill development in the town center area.
Yeah,
Okay. Right, is that the whole group, or is there discussion?
Yeah, this doesn't have to be unanimous.
That's fine.
Well, I just wanna,
Majority.
yeah, the majority, yeah.
anybody got a problem with those concepts? No. Okay. Sometimes that's easier to get an answer out of.
What was the other bullet point? You wanted to-
Encourage infill,
Uh,
basically encourage infill in
that,
the township
okay.
area.
Belinda, you had a couple things you
I
wanna,
was trying to see what the
Yeah.
second, it isn't on there, that's why I couldn't find it.
Town center area. Make it chicken scratch.
Page 27. I'll say, I appreciate the input of that last bullet, provide support to homeowners associations. I would like to beef it up a little bit and say, and enforcement of municipal code. Provide support and enforcement of municipal code to homeowners associations to maintain neighborhood assets, blah, blah, blah.
Bill?
yeah,
Okay, on that very same point, you know, I definitely support that concept. What, I don't know how to get it in there, you know, but this gives support to the HOAs and whatnot and so forth. But we're finding more and more of the HOAs and the residents within them are going, over these issues.
Yes.
And I'm not sure the residents are protected by this at all, or it'd be nice to have more resident protection in what the township does in terms of supporting infrastructure, stormwater systems, and things like that. I don't know how to work it in, and maybe we don't want to spend a lot of time on it tonight, but the emphasis is on HOAs, and I don't see the same equivalent support going to the residents who are having trouble with HOAs on these exact issues.
So, to answer your question in terms of things that are later on in the master plan, on page 116 in the implementation matrix, under programs, there was prepare educational materials for a homeowners association such as an HOA toolkit. And-
Where is that at?
Page 116, there's an implementation matrix,
Mhm.
and it's 1, 2, 3, the third cell of text down.
There you
Okay.
go. That was recently added,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's one thing. I can offer some other things that I've seen other communities do. So particularly Ypsilanti Township, and they funded this as part of they reworded their police millage so that they had more money for code enforcement. But also with that, it was also community outreach. And so they send a township representative to every single HOA meeting. Well, no, at least one HOA meeting a year. Or some other neighborhoods don't have HOAs, but they're block groups or community watches. So looking at something like that, but you really need to, I mean, I would say you could put something in to explore something like that. You need a dedicated funding source to go along with that for that staff member. Cause I actually went with their staff member, as part of a master plan process to each of these, and, you know, she was going to usually 2 different meetings a month, and they're equivalent to you in size and population.
I didn't wanna,
Yeah.
make a big deal out of this, but what's happening is, for some of the, not too old homeowner association to get in their master deeds and all this, they're, especially in the, what do you call it, non-sewer district, where the homeowner association is responsible for stormwater drainage and things like this. It's getting very expensive to maintain those, and the HOAs are just stopping it. They're just not doing it. And I got a case in point. I mean, mine is doing the same thing. And, we had like one bid to maintain 4 basins, 4 only out of probably 30 or 40. It was $7,000. They started it, they stopped it. It was rebid a couple years later because people were aggravated that the association stopped it. Now the bid is $11,000 to do the same thing. Association doesn't have that money. One of these days, the streets are gonna be flooded. I don't know what Brian's gonna do when it happens with
So-
all the water.
Yeah.
But, so some of these things just have to be watched just a little bit because, I see problems coming. And it would be nice to, and I'm not talking about, hammers down with enforcement of anything at this point, but guidance on how to avoid these things and what you can do. Because I think it's gonna go from a mess to a messy mess in the future, and I,
So
would hate to see that.
what,
Well, I was gonna say, on the flip side of that, though, I don't think the rest of the taxpayers of the township should be burdened because one association decided to be,
It's not.
No,
one
Unfortunately, it's in the
Their
state law,
maintenance.
so it doesn't really make any difference what they think.
neglect their maintenance. I mean,
It's in deeds and it's in the state law, so they can't neglect.
It is, but we can't control the way the boards
Right,
act
yeah,
in each
but-
one, that's the
But
problem.
you get in the middle of it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the middle.
Well, and,
It gets messy.
it's a very slippery slope, and for the township's sake legally, because, we have to determine whether there's a health, safety, welfare issue. Is your basement flooding? Is it,
Do you have to wait till that? I mean,
yeah, we can't just step in.
If
can't.
it's not draining stormwater, I mean, it
But
seems like you
again,
could do
that
something before.
requires, for
floods.
us to do that, we have to get an engineer involved. Our engineer would have to do an analysis to determine whether it gets to that threshold legally of a health, safety, welfare issue. Then we can step in. That's been the advice of our attorney, and you know, that's the steps
My
that we would
point,
have to
yeah, my
take.
point is, it really needs to be an issue to be looked at. I think the attorney
Yeah.
is wrong. We got state laws involved in here. We've got the opportunity for a resident now to revoke the easement on stormwater drainage that goes on their property if it's not maintained in the period. And you go to the state and you say, I want a hearing, I want to revoke the easement. All of a sudden, you don't have any storm drains for the neighborhood. How is that gonna work? I'm not saying it's going to happen, I'm saying it's going down this road, a very messy road, and it needs to be sort of looked at, because there's state laws involved, there's master deed contracts involved, the township has signed off on these master deeds, you know, there's, township's name is on it approving all this stuff. And some of the master deeds I've seen, there's no health, safety issues involved. It says you will do it, period.
Well, that's.
Forget the health, safety. It's not an
But the
issue.
liability is on the homeowners.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, you are. When you sign that mortgage, you sign you initial every page of
yeah,
that
yeah,
master
yeah, I
deed
know.
bylaws. And
What-
those bylaws, you're a part owner of, those common areas. So, you know, if you have 30 homes in Hilltop Estates, you're 1/30th ownership in that.
Right, right.
So, you know, ultimately, the neighborhood is responsible,
Well, I didn't say that they
regardless of what
weren't.
the township, whether it's a
Yeah,
township
yeah.
involved or
But
not.
it's not that. It's that when the deed says you're contractually obligated to do this under these circumstances, I'm just saying it doesn't include as a circumstance, health, safety issues. It
Well,
says
it's
you will do
it's
it.
duties of a normal HOA board.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you know, before, you know, we put all this to rest, you need something to not solve it, but a process to look at it to eventually solve it, because it's only gonna get worse.
So let's talk about, in the master plan, what changes could be made to address those concerns. So
Right.
first, Planning Commissioner Billings had suggested that some additional text on the bottom bullet on page 27.
Yes.
She had emailed me that text, I can easily put that in.
Would you read that again?
So provide support to homeowners association,
With provide support and enforcement of municipal code to homeowners association. We already have code in place.
I like the idea of enforcement, assist, support. I question our ability to provide enforcement.
Well,
Well,
when we
enforcement
have-
in the way of notifying the HOA that they're deficient?
That to me comes under support.
No.
Well, that was what I was getting to in my point earlier before I was cut off. I don't want anything going in there that more puts the township on hook. So whatever
Well-
you change, run it by council to make sure you're not putting the township at added risk or implied that the township's gonna take care of it.
Well, and we have, every time we adopt stormwater standards, our code changes. You know, we adopt Oakland County standards, the codes change. We also have subdivisions that are 30-plus years old now. We have a much older housing stock that predates all of those provisions about maintenance programs. Because right now, if you approve a subdivision or a site condominium development, we have maintenance schedules and et cetera that are recorded with us. Previously, that never happened.
Well, and they're also back-to-back 100-year, and
They are.
previously that wasn't the standard. So
Correct.
the standards are different as well,
They are.
so,
It used to be back-to-back tens.
yes.
Well,
Which we just had
HOAs
a 10.
are growing in popularity. Everything is getting done via HOAs now. And I can see where if you have HOAs that don't want to enforce or maintain or spend the money, it can create problems. And I can see where the township's gonna get caught in the middle of it. So I'm in favor of the idea of providing support, and whether that means our township engineers going to an HOA meeting and say, hey, if you don't take care of this, this is what's gonna happen, and you will ultimately be responsible. I'm in favor of that.
I mean, the HOA is financially responsible, bottom line,
Yeah.
period. But a letter from the township stating that your stormwater, whatever collection is deficient per such and such code would go a long way to the homeowner board.
The only other way I can foresee enforcement is if the recorded master deed gives the township the right to effectively exercise eminent domain and fix the problems themselves and
Special
tax the
assess.
individuals. I mean, that's an extreme circumstance, and,
Well, most of them do,
most of them do.
but the township's not gonna do that. I mean,
Well, I don't know, have we ever had an incident like that?
well, my basement hasn't flooded yet, but.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate.
But, yeah, that's in our master deed, and the township is not gonna do that, I can assure you. I'm just saying that a simple letter of deficiency, support, I mean, define support. I'm so sorry that's happening to you, you know, that's support. I'm asking for enforcement of code in the way of a letter or something to the HOA board to state.
How
we-
about support in encouraging the HOAs to follow code?
I think that would be a great idea to put in there, yes.
Or follow their own master deed bylaws.
There you go.
That would be
There you
good
go.
too.
Because that's the problem is, it's always the board, you know, it depends what board you get, whether they actually even follow it, whether you want a
That's
shed
right.
in your yard or not.
Or even if they know what's
Yeah,
in their master deed,
Yeah.
so, yes.
So if everybody's okay with it, I would, Ron, you wanna say something?
Well, I guess I just want to reiterate a little, I think what Brian was getting at too, is that I'm okay, you know, if the township can provide support, or, and I think it's great if we go to HOA meeting, you know, once a year or whatever, because I think it's good to have that interaction between the HOAs and the township, just to make sure everybody's kind of got some open communication. But any action that the township takes, to me, is billable back to that HOA. It's not, the township is not gonna spend taxpayer dollars on your subdivision that you reside in, that those people are supposed to
I think
make those payments.
I think I said that first. The bottom line is the HOA is responsible financially.
Right.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying, whatever we write, I don't
Yeah.
want the township to be liable for money, taxpayer money to be spent.
But you know, it already
so.
says that in my
Yeah,
HOA
it
master
does.
deed. Whether we write anything or not, it already says that in the master deed.
Right.
That was approved by the township. So I'm not asking for anything like that. I'm just asking for some kind of written communication. Rather than just the word support, I'd like it to be a little bit beefier. But I appreciate what you put in there already.
And
So-
I guess I would like, if we're gonna if we're gonna have interaction with the HOA, that, it has to be something like a registered HOA. You know, that they register as an HOA entity with a township or something. We have some kind of process like that.
we,
That makes
yeah,
sense.
we used to track all of the boards, under Supervisor Kittle, and actually Supervisor Kittle and I would go to almost every HOA, who invited us, because I was there to talk about what's going on in the township, and Pat was there to interact with people to, you know, what are the other issues going on? And that process was good, because that was the open communication between, you know, what are your heartburns, what are our heartburns, you know, so we could talk about that. And it was usually just, would take 15 minutes out of your annual meeting and move along, but, and talk to people before or after, and that was a good thing we used to do. But, you know, that's gone by the wayside, but.
Well, there's so many within Independence Township. I mean, you'd have a hard time going to all of those.
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, we went to the major neighborhoods, Waterford Hill, Oakhurst, obviously, but there was a lot that we went to. And it's, you know,
And it could be just, if you request it too. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be mandatory that they meet. And that's, I guess what I'm getting at, if the HOA registers with the township, so we know like who the contact person is and the name of it. And then, like say, if you guys request
Okay,
a
here's-
township representative to come and,
Let me make a suggestion. I think Megan has a pretty good idea of the language we want.
Can I repeat something back to you then?
Sure.
Sure.
So,
Wait, and repeat it back to us, and then if everybody agrees, let's move forward with that.
okay?
We're talking about the master plan here today.
Right.
If we wanna have a discussion about going more in depth on this topic, we'll bring that up at a future planning commission meeting. We'll get a poll of the planning commission members and see how many think it's a worthwhile discussion, or we shouldn't, and then if people think it's worthwhile, we'll delve into it further. Does that sound, because we're not gonna solve these
Yeah.
arguments about
No.
what legal is, right here.
so, so provide support to and encouragement of homeowners associations, HOAs, to comply with regulations, deeds, restrictions, and master deeds to maintain neighborhood assets such as common open space, stormwater systems, and other infrastructure.
Good.
Sounds good.
Say that again, because it didn't sound like it changed.
What I added,
Mm-hmm.
so after provide support to,
Mm-hmm.
what's proposed to be added is and encouragement.
Enforcement.
I heard from the group encouragement. I heard from you enforcement.
Okay.
I
Um,
suggested something to encourage the HOAs to
To-
abide by the code.
Yeah.
So I said encouragement to comply with regulations, deed restrictions, and master deeds to maintain neighborhood assets
Yeah.
such as da-da-da-da.
Could you add township ordinances?
Municipal code is what I was talking about, because they don't even read by master deed, so.
So I think this actually talks to the point on page 116, and Megan was referring to that earlier, prepare educational materials for homeowners associations such as HOA toolkit, blah, blah, blah. We're making a statement in the master plan, and the homeowners association folks may or may not read the plan, right? If you mail someone something directly, they may be more inclined to read that, but these are all concerns we can bullet point in that communication, right? That educational material could include, if the township is forced, by lack of maintenance, then something will happen and trigger an assessment, and it'll be a large assessment, because then, right?
they're not
Possibly,
gonna-
I think,
They're
and
not
I
gonna-
think to the chair's point, these are things that you fine grained things that you get into.
Yeah, we just
At a
bullet
later
point all the
date.
concerns that we'll talk about at a later date.
Yeah, to Ms. Billings' concern, if we had encouragement to comply with township ordinances, I put regulations generally because there are state regulations, there are municipal regulations and things like that.
Okay.
So, but if we put state, county, and municipal regulations as qualifiers, would that be fine?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, with the rest of the group?
Yes.
Thanks, folks.
I had
Yeah,
one more.
Just one, for Ron, the master deeds that I have seen, where the township can get involved in solving problems like this, all of them that I've seen, and I haven't seen them all, then give the township the authority and direction to levy right back to the association any dollars that they've spent, any and
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
expenditures, so.
Plus an administrative fee.
Plus, yeah, fees and all that. So there's no, to think that, I don't know why anyone would think that the association the township should pay for this.
Yeah.
And they may do it and initiate it and all that, but it's not their cost. It's not the taxpayers' cost at all, ever,
Very good.
theoretically.
Belinda, you had one more?
I did have one more. So on page 107, it's talking about water and wetland corridors. And I don't know how you would do this. was talking about, preserving trees and so forth, but I didn't see anywhere in here talk about invasive species, because believe it or not, invasive species kill so many trees. I was thinking of something like special focus should be on the removal of invasive species in order to minimize environmental and economic impacts. I'm not sure exactly where you would put it, but
I think that would probably be best on page 111 as a paragraph, in between the last two paragraphs, under moving forward.
okay. Okay.
Because at that particular point in water and wetland corridors, those, sections go on to describe in detail different specific wetland and waterways in the township,
Okay.
so. So are folks fine with adding that on
And
page
Yep, that's fine.
111?
so a
Can
good
add it.
spot for it.
I had something on page 30, open space and natural resource. Well, I'm not sure where this should go, but Megan, I think it might be a good idea to have some comment like, making sure that our community is getting a tangible benefit when cluster developments, density credits, and HUDs are utilized. Something to that effect.
I left off objective 2, can you modify that?
Promote clustering, yeah, I think we can so that says promote clustering, other forms of alternative development which maximize open space preservation and are sensitive to fragile features such as steep slopes, riparian zones, animal habitats, wetlands, and lakes. Why don't we have a sentence, when using zoning techniques, zoning options, such as PUDs, and what else did you mention, Sheriff Scarf? And
Cluster developments, density credits, and HUDs. PRDs, I suppose should be included, I don't know. You can,
density credits, the achievement, this objective should be central to the decision, so that you're looking at those, or I think you wanna make sure that you get your bang for your buck, so that,
yeah,
okay,
but maybe part of that is taking a look back too. Evaluating. As well as looking forward in the planning process, but
Looking back. What was that, Bill? You
Um,
say looking back?
yeah, evaluating what has been done and asking yourself, did we get our benefit? Did the community benefit? I mean, HUD's it spells out things that the community should be getting in exchange for,
Density bonus.
yeah,
if I
Kind of
could
lessons learned,
yeah,
yeah.
respectfully suggest that maybe that is something you put in the implementation matrix.
well, I was gonna get there.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So, so maybe promote clustering, other forms of alternative development. and then maybe we had that laundry list, and then instead of which, say to maximize open space preservation.
Okay,
And then add to the table the looking back and adjusting any,
yeah, I like it.
anything. Okay, so on zoning,
Kinda like the words lesson learned, it's
Mhm.
good. I mean, especially for future planning,
So-
commission members, they can look at
research
good and bad things.
lessons learned from previous
Previous items.
and update zoning ordinance accordingly. Yes?
Yeah.
Are they?
All right.
Nice place.
Page 46, I think this pertains to the design layout, and this would be maybe a bullet point as well as the matrix, or the various steps under the implementation plan. Should we talk about a median on Dixie Highway? I mean, I read that access stuff that Dick sent out, access management,
Yeah.
and it just hit me. Why don't we, that would certainly make pedestrian crossings more friendly, left turns, right turns.
I think we explored that in the past, and I'm talking way back, in the original DDA, and I think the roadway width is not, everything is not wide enough. And even
Buildings are too
Springfield
close to the
encountered
road.
that same scenario, that, cause they looked at it also on Dixie. And I think there's something that, you know, Sashabaw, when we redeveloped that in 2003, you know, that was wide enough, the right-of-way was wide enough to do it effectively, and I don't think Dixie is in that same category.
Yeah, cause the center lane has to be wider than just a lane to
Yeah.
get
Understood.
the U-turn.
Yeah, it's almost like a
For
two.
trucks to turn and stuff.
Yeah, you almost need 2 lanes
Yeah.
width to make that happen effectively, but I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, it would be.
When the Outback
Fantastic.
Steakhouse was developed, they wanted to do a pedestrian bridge in the 90s.
Oh,
And the planning commission said no to that, you know, so, but yeah, I think it's a great idea, it's just how do we achieve that? And maybe that might be through, working with MDOT through the DDA.
Yeah.
so put it in there and we'll never know how we achieve it if we don't put it in there.
Yeah.
All
That
right.
was
an
the other reason why
implementation.
I think we were really stressing the
I
cross
think that's more an
access,
implementation,
you
yeah.
know, like behind,
Yeah.
like, you know, the other businesses, because it kinda lets you go
Yeah,
up and down the road without
16,
going back
right?
on the road, so.
right.
On the
I
goals.
would wipe out all cross accesses in favor of a boulevard myself.
So on infrastructure investments on page 118, add a cell to say explore with MDOT
Yeah,
and the DDA, pedestrian crosswalk,
Boulevard? Was it
Boulevard.
Boulevard?
Boulevard, yeah.
pedestrian boulevard at Dixie Highway and.
On Dixie Highway.
Just the overlay
Yeah.
district, the whole shot, right?
Bill,
yeah.
does
start with
the
Bill.
road commission have to be involved in addition to MDOT? at all?
Well, MDOT, it's really MDOT,
Is
they're
it?
the ones who are gonna control it, yeah.
Okay.
Dixie's a state road, so
Mhm. All the goals are on.
it's a Sashmo road.
No, yeah, yeah.
You know that about that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just figured, throw it,
Format it. We're discussing a formatting item that bugged us both, that we'll fix.
A
Woodward,
comma or a period?
the road from Woodward down to.
that's pet peeves of mine.
Page 50 talks about Dixie Highway nodes, links, adopt design guidelines, preserve and enhance character, emphasize the street wall, reinforce and protect new development, and consolidate properties. I personally think we need to come up with some more specific design guidelines. And in that regard, I'd like to have a study session to discuss all these concepts and how they might fit into some design guidelines for Dixie Highway. Doesn't have to be put in here. We could put it in there, I suppose. Study session to talk about
Add it
that.
to the
but
design guidelines,
Great idea.
You've got design guidelines for Dixie in the
implementation.
the chart in implementation. Maybe expand it.
Okay.
Bill, got a
Right there.
question on that?
Right
Third
there.
one.
Third one, establish, okay, so maybe have it conduct study session.
Yeah.
That should include the DDA.
With DDA,
Yeah.
so, DDA and PC to establish detailed design guidelines for Dixie Highway Corridor. Okay,
Now my question,
Yeah.
where would the design guidelines, when they were developed, when they are developed or something, be? They won't be in the master plan, because that's just a guide. Where would they actually be housed?
Zoning ordinance.
Pardon?
Zoning ordinance,
Zoning order, okay,
Yeah.
that's what I
Yeah.
thought. but
under
when
the
do they-
overlay district.
Yeah,
It
okay,
would
good,
be
good.
expanded.
so they could either be part of the zoning ordinance, or right now for Sashaba, for town center, there's some design guidelines that were adopted by the township board, and then they're referenced,
If
by the
That's a
zoning.
separate document
Yeah.
altogether.
So,
Yeah,
We can look at that during the review, the separate review.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good start. Yeah.
Page 85 talks about the Sashaba, Pine Knob Town Center. The land uses and intensity will vary between Town Center and Pine Knob of Sashaba corridor. It is important to maintain design continuity. Design continuity includes lighting, landscape, pedestrian amenities, high-quality design and architecture. As indicated, a new overlay district would contribute to bringing continuity between Pine Knob area and the town center. Should that be something in the implementation matrix?
I thought we created the North Sashwell overlay,
you did.
so that might have already been done. I don't know if
Okay.
it's talking the same thing or
Well,
not.
the fact that it said a new overlay would contribute, tell me that that's something we should consider, but if it's already been done, maybe we need to change that phrase.
You better check with Dick, but I
Yeah.
think that when we adopted the North Sashwa overlay, I think that was
Okay,
what we were referring to.
okay.
My recollection serves me correctly.
I think on the implementation, matrix, I think we kinda touched on this, but maybe add an access management design guidelines.
What page?
I'm not referring to a particular page.
Okay.
Well, the matrix is on page 116, just,
So,
Be a general code.
I think it would be a general ordinance amendment, so add a cell underneath there to.
it was
um,
mentioned somewhere, or maybe it was either mentioned in here or it was mentioned in that access management thing that Dick sent out.
So page 117, establish detailed design guidelines for Dixie Highway Corridor. Is that what we're talking about, I think?
Access management in general, I think.
How about we just add a cell to adopt access management standards?
Cause that would include engineering design standards
Yeah,
specifically, but that's why it's a general.
and then just a couple
Okay.
minor changes on that same matrix. On page 116, quantify habits conducive to endangered and rare species. The responsibility, you've got PD,
Mm-hmm.
can we add ROAC?
Yeah,
Joe?
Sure. We would just like more work.
Quantify habits.
And on page
Habitats.
Oh, okay.
117, down towards the bottom, adopted tree preservation orders. That's on the agenda tonight. Can we add PC? Sorry, folks.
Which one was that? 117?
I think it was 117, yeah, towards the
Third one
bottom.
from the bottom.
Right there, kind of in 500 conducive to endangered animals.
Okay,
The key in there, that's.
I'm gonna be quiet for a little while and hopefully see if anybody else has got any ideas or comments.
Can I see if the audience does or no?
Yeah, I will. Okay, oh, Joe.
Yes, this is an easy one for you, and it's on your, Dick's letter.
Thank
You know, where he says, upon, we're talking about approval of the master plan, it says, upon approval, the plan commission shall transmit copy of the plan to the township board. The township board by resolution is authorized to assert the right to approve or reject the plan. Please note that it has been the township practice in the past for the township board to act on the plan. They must have passed the resolution that permanently gives them the authority to pass or not pass on the plan, right? It's not a, we do it this time, we don't do it the next time kind of thing. I think this, the
I'm pretty
Planning
sure
and
the
Enabling
board
Act
has.
gives them
Ron,
the
do you
authority
remember
to do that.
that? Giving the board that authority, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that was the case.
the final approval is the board, so.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
so.
but that was done because they opted through a resolution to take that authority, because as the Planning Commission Act is written, it's the Planning Commission that has that authority, with an option.
One,
The
the
township.
plan unit one is different though than the other, because they don't approve everything that we approve, only the PUDs and PRDs.
But in terms of the master plan,
The master
yeah, the
plan, that's all
planning
I'm
act
talking about.
allows the planning commission sometimes to just, you can handle it. you
Yes,
know?
right.
But here traditionally, and I think your question is really, has the board passed a resolution
Right.
specifically related to
To
future
take that,
plans?
yes, to take that
Can't-
authority.
I cannot recall if that was done, but I just know the last 4 or 5 plans have gone to the board, and
Yeah.
it's usually, I mean, generally,
Yeah,
it's
no,
a rubber
the
stamp
only-
at that
yeah,
point.
The only
you
reason
know?
I brought it up is if they passed the resolution to take that authority, which is an option in the Planning Act, you know, it's permanent, you know. You know, until they.
Yes,
it's not like
I
the
would agree
township.
with you. I'm not sure why Dick wrote it the way he did. I don't know whether the board has had specific resolutions that were just for that specific one, leaving the door open in the future. But generally, when the township
question.
board or the municipal elected body takes that power, then they retain that power
Right.
unless they decide to
Undo it.
cede
Right.
it, yes.
Right, yeah. It was just a question on the wording, and it was like,
Yeah.
it's not a big deal. Technical issue.
Okay. I'll open it up to comments from the public. So please come to the podium if you've got something you'd like to say.
Hi, my name's Chuck File, and actually, I'm not here with the lens, I'm just here from the lens of a resident. I would like a little bit of clarification. You brought it M15, that corridor, Cranberry Lake. I've lived there for 30 years, and it's a nightmare, traffic through there. You know, you can actually not make it off the I-75 ramp sometimes because the light changed and the traffic's so backed up through there. Coming out of the Deerwood subdivision, the light there is only 2 minutes long, and sometimes in the school years, kids are walking across the street, you have to sit through 2 or 3 lights. My question to you is, when you sit there and talk about changing the zoning through that corridor there, that's an MDOT controlled road. What kind of studies are you doing before you just change the zoning there?
Well, first of all, I want to elaborate. We're not talking about changing zoning. Master plan is different than zoning. It's a vision on where we see, how we see the development patterns and happening and trying to control those patterns. And then, like, it's zoned, I forget what it's zoned right now, but like, let's say it's zoned residential. If somebody wants to put office here, then they have to come and change the actual zoning. And that would most likely Brian and Megan, correct me, be the time we would require traffic studies and things like that.
Yeah, so the land use, you know, the master plan is like the future land use, so the long-range plan. So if somebody wanted to do, for Bill's example, office, we would, they look at it based on what's the future land use say. If it says residential, then it's not compatible, you know? So that's how it works. You know, the traffic light, I remember that at Deer Ridge.
Yeah.
Deerwood fought really hard for that, it helped, because you used to be, you could never get out of
Yeah,
that
that's
street.
true. Absolutely true.
Yeah, but now, you know, traffic, we're fighting the Goodrich, Brandon,
Yeah, development. Yeah, they're
Davison,
growing.
you know, and that's a lot of the traffic generation that's going on M15. And MDOT's done access management plans in the past. I think the last one was in the mid-2000s, in terms of widening it, looking at access management for driveways, and nothing ever materialized from that. So, but it's a valid concern with the traffic.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems that, you know, you have two roads, major roads you just talked about in the last hour, Dixie and M15. Both of those are MDOT. They control those roads. The township does, and they're not, county doesn't, right? So, you know, any type of change there, I'm just curious, how does the board, even with the master plan and thinking forward, how does the master plan take that in consideration when we have the state is really slow to move? Let's just say it that way. How does that impact your decisions on what should and should not be in that master plan?
One answer to that, I don't know if it's the right one, but one of the things you consider when we're hit with a rezoning request is infrastructure. And if the infrastructure is not there, that's a consideration we would make in, one of the considerations in granting or denying that change in zoning. So,
Do you find that, and I don't know how much time I have here, and I don't know, and I know it's
we'll
not.
be flexible.
Okay, I don't want to suddenly make it seem like you're trying to teach me, but I do want to learn. With the park over here, Weldon Park, that there was a PUD issued there, there was a traffic study done, right? With all those things, it seems very, intuitively, it does not seem like that one traffic light and that lane is going to be able to handle that additional traffic that's going to come through. And I've looked at the traffic study, and you know, a model is as good as the underlying variables and principles behind it, right? So, I mean, how does that play out when you, because I heard you say, let's put this on a PUD because in the future we have more control. So at the end of the day, is that more of, because I think somebody else asked, is that, you know, should PUDs be used as kind of a going forward tool, or should the master plan really take those into consideration first and foremost and be an exception? I think you were saying it should be an exception, right? So I'm curious on that particular development there, how that worked out.
I spent 4 years of my life on that plan.
I bet you did.
And version 35 or whatever ended up getting approved. So there was a traffic study done, contrary to popular belief on social media. It was not done during COVID. It was done during a school day, twice. Traffic studies are reviewed by our township engineer and the road commission. So the road commission essentially blessed those improvements. And the developer, as part of the development agreement, is responsible for building them, which he's built the first phase. Second phase is ongoing. I will say that the extension of the lane has improved high school traffic in the morning because it doesn't back up to 75 anymore. I do know that. But the traffic light up there at Walton Center is being built by the township as part of the agreement with the developer through the CIA. That's really the CIA's last project. But with a PUD, that area was zoned OS2. So the first time the developer came in with a plan, he did it to current zoning. which had multifamily wrapped around Walden Glen, and it had C2, C1, and OS2 was along the interstate. So he came in with what the zoning would support. 4 hotels, senior center, like a senior complex like Kirko has down the street, Monarch Grove, and apartments all the way to Walters by the high school. So through the PUD process, we slowly trim, you know, as we meet with the developer, we were trimming and trimming and trimming to get it down to, first of all, with a PUD, you look at, is it compatible with the master plan? That's the most important thing. You know, there's 8 criteria, I think, in the ordinance about why you approve a PUD. Compatibility with the master plan is probably the most important. And the master plan designation for that site was similar to the zoning, because that was all changed in '06 to fight off Walmart. So that's the basis for it, and what the result was less density and less units, and they got approved for actually more units, but then they came back and trimmed it even more. So with a PUD, there's that give and take, and what's the benefit, but we also put a lot of burden on the developer to do traffic improvements, and those traffic improvements ultimately were all approved by the road commission and our engineer. Yeah, models are great, you're right. Practicality is another thing, and traffic patterns are, you know.
Aren't we always gonna have a problem there anyways until that bridge over 75 is fixed, widened?
It's a
It's a
condition
bottleneck.
of a wider issue, and part of the traffic study required, when we install the light later this year, that the 3 lights will be timed by the road commission. So, because that was a critical concern of the commission, was, how's this gonna work? Am I gonna pull out and then immediately stop? I mean, cause that's kinda how it usually happens with these things.
Yeah, the biggest problem now is that light, second light at the ramps isn't timed with the other ones.
Right.
Yeah, so
it backs
that's,
everything up.
they were gonna time all of that together, those 3 lights at Walters here and at Sashabaw, to effectively move traffic.
Yeah, and
Now,
I
that's
didn't
the
really
road
want to get
commission.
into a big conversation about that. I mean, Silverman and those guys, I know they reduced the density and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, it's just the study itself that they cite that I looked at, I'm like, but it was more about the PUD
Yeah.
in general. I was just using that as an example. I didn't want to get into that extra. But, I mean, so going forward, that is with the master plan, the means of kind to control or anticipate or have a tool to be able to utilize in the future when some changes came about that were unanticipated. Is that basically the,
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
so you look in this master plan, right? And we say, okay, 5 years down the road, we want to have X. Well, you know what? All of a sudden, like on that corner on M15 and 75, there's 70 acres or something like that, 80
Yeah.
acres sitting there that I think one of the hospitals, I forgot which one,
Beaumont,
yep.
Beaumont owns, and who knows what they're going to do with it. And all of a sudden now, that could change a whole bunch of things in that area, where the master plan could, in essence,
Well-
go out the window.
If I may?
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things, that our understanding is Beaumont's walked away from that,
They're
correct?
selling it.
Yeah.
They also own parcels up to Cranberry Lake, the long parcels on the drawings.
Yeah.
You know, they own those too. And there was a proposal, and it went through, pretty much, it got to the planning commission, we held it at the high school, it was a raucous affair. But it didn't go very well for them, so they were trying to beat McLaren.
Megan,
Same time.
Wasn't that because of the population?
can you wait till
We
your,
couldn't build another, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
we couldn't build a hospital
We'll
because of
get
the
there.
population.
Yeah.
Megan, did you have something you wanted?
Well,
issue.
just to your point,
You're right.
that circumstances change,
Yes.
whether it's COVID or, you know, a large developer owns a piece of land, the land is sold. That's one of the reasons that the Michigan Planning and Enabling Act requires every municipality to look at their master plan every 5 years. It doesn't require them to update it, but it
Right.
requires them to look at it. And Independence Township has been very good about looking at it. In fact, if you look in this draft of the master plan, there's a timeline of how many different updates and what they've done over the years. So I think you can be assured as a resident that, if circumstances change, the township would look at the master plan and change it accordingly.
But it only happens once every 5 years though, right?
It
Or
can,
can they
least.
change it?
you could change, it's, yes, whoever
They
said
can
it
change
least,
it.
that's
At
true,
least.
so,
Okay.
and then sometimes also, what may happen is that somebody may ask for something that is not in accordance with the master plan, and they would ask the township for a master plan amendment. And so, then you would look at an amendment, usually that's for, if a specific piece of property was gonna be rezoned and it didn't match the master plan, but for some reason it might be a good idea, they could petition the township to change the master plan.
One last thing, and
Okay.
I'm completely switching gears on here.
Quickly, I'd like to give
Yeah.
other people opportunity too.
Having been an HOA president of a 200 houses, I can share with you in a relatively affluent area, participation is probably not much better than this, okay? And the board, you're right, 100%, they don't read it. I was one of the few presidents that actually went through and read it. You would have an extremely difficult time having people just suddenly understand and have to pay for stuff like that you were talking about before. Without a doubt, you need to come to these meetings. Sending out letters is not going to be effective. We used to send out letters all the time. I used to do special assessments to fix the roads because we couldn't get the county to do it. You have to come out and get engaged with them. So I would just strongly encourage that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Me?
Hello, I'm Amy Nagrich. I live off of Walden, and I'm not sure if this is quite the space that I'm supposed to ask this question, but I've noticed that, now we have the farmer's market happening in the Renaissance area. There's the Chiefs that practice there, there's the lacrosse boys, all of that. It's becoming very busy. My question is, could we create something in that crosswalk on Walden that goes from Clarkson Elementary to Renaissance? There's a lot of people that want to cross right there, especially during farmer's market, and cars are going 45 miles per hour, and it's very difficult for people to cross, and it's concerning. So I was just wondering if there was a way to create, not a stoplight or anything like that, but something that would just flag a stop, some way to stop traffic so people can cross.
Mr. Chair, I can answer that.
Okay.
The school has asked the township for support in putting a hawk signal there. A crosswalk signal, I think, with flashing lights.
Sure,
Nothing to
perfect.
stop people, but, so that is in the works. I don't know where the school's at with it, but I know that I think the township board pledged support for that, last year, but
Would that also work on a Saturday during farmer's market?
I'm
Okay.
sure it would, yeah.
Okay.
Hawk signal is you push the button.
Yes.
Like, other than that, it doesn't
Perfect.
work. It doesn't, it's maybe just a yellow light.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
flash.
But if
the-
you push the button, then the light will turn and
Yeah.
go to red, so cars stop while you cross.
Yeah, I think that is necessary. It's definitely getting
But if there's no traffic, then
busier there.
the light doesn't work.
Sure.
Traffic just flows, so.
Yep, okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ninth grade football game. Kid got hit by a deer on a big truck.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Joyce Elsner. I live off of Cram Lane.
I think we
and-
need your full address.
Oh, I wrote it down,
Is that
6267.
gonna- Okay.
Yeah.
You're good.
I was wondering if there's any consideration about maybe putting speed bumps on Cram Lane, because when Sashabaw gets backed up for concerts and stuff like that, during school zone times and stuff like that, that 25-mile-an-hour zone turns into a 45 and 50-mile-an-hour zone. I was mowing my front lawn the other day and almost got hit by somebody because they wouldn't even move over. We need to just slow them down. They don't even stop at there's like a stop sign at the intersection of Snow Apple and Cram Lane. They're even blowing through that now. Garbage trucks, lawn service, regular, people in passenger cars. Somebody's gonna get hurt. And I know that GPS is routing people on Cram Lane when Sashabaw gets backed up. GPS is routing traffic on Greenview where a friend of mine lives also, and it's a 25-mile-an-hour zone, and they're zipping through there also pretty fast. I don't know if you know where Greenview's at, it's over north of, okay. So that's my question, if there's anything we can do to like slow that traffic down. I know they did in Rochester Hills, excuse me, where a friend of mine lives. They put speed bumps out because people were ripping through that 25-mile-an-hour neighborhood. So, thank you for any consideration that you might have remedies.
I would think, I don't even know if we do that, but a petition or something would probably be the.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you have to get the road commission involved and they have pretty strict standards on speed bumps especially.
It was never allowed.
Cause if it's a county road, they're gonna wanna plow that at some point, someday, you know, whenever they get to it in those roads, you know, and that's a challenge. But, you know, in terms of, there has to be a warrant to do it, and that's a tough one. We've tried it on Deer Hill and been unsuccessful, and it's tough, but it's something that the board would have to initiate, or the supervisor ultimately initiate that conversation with the road commission.
Okay.
You know?
Well, I'd appreciate anything that you can do. I really mean
Thank
that
you.
sincerely. Thank you.
Well, I think every cut through in the township has gotten substantially worse with the I-75 construction.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go is a nightmare right now. It's
Mhm.
impossible.
I don't know if you guys know, we had GPS for concerts was routing people up in the
Up
Pine
Royal
Mountain.
St. George, yeah.
We had, it's a dead end.
Yeah.
We had hundreds of cars on that
They
road.
used to be a cut
across
in the
the
fence
golf
there,
course.
you know,
Yeah.
It's park and walk.
That used to be a cut in the fence.
Yeah. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ann Smokoska, and I'm off Sasha maybe. So I was watching online, so I'm glad we have the YouTube available. I guess a little bit of the question is regarding master plan. With that Sasha South rezoning in the master plan potential, what can we do to control that? There's a lot of residential still through there. Our subdivision backs up to Sasha. They're talking about converting these acres of property that was big acres into multiplex. They were trying to sell on this earlier this year, as you are aware of. They were saying, hey, we can put a fourplex here on this property right behind our homes. And on the west side of Sasha, there's single homes. It's just a little concerning to think what was large parcels of property that all can be converted eventually in the master plan, rezoned differently to a bunch of people right behind us.
We discussed that early on.
Yeah.
Maybe, did you come in late?
I did come in late. I was watching a little bit online, and I'm sorry if I missed part of it. I did see your little presentation or your map. So, my understanding that it is still zoned in the master plan is change. I mean, in the master plan, a potential zoning change.
It
Well-
is, master plan, as I indicated earlier, is an attempt by the township to plan future land use.
Right.
And you take into all kinds of things into consideration in doing that. One of them is surrounding land use. Then, the next step, if somebody wants to develop something, is zoning. Okay? So
Mhm.
all we're talking about is a long-term master plan right now.
Right.
And the area you're referencing is designated as what's called attached, detached, single family. And that envisions either attached units or single-family standalone units. The density would be limited to 4 per acre. By way of comparison, across the street on the west side, this doesn't hold true on these parcels because they're deep. But
Right.
across the street on the west side, the density there is 3.4 units per acres,
And
even
I-
though it's single family. So it's not planned for what you would think of as your typical multifamily apartment building.
Mhm.
It's, and it is encouraged to do it under a PUD, which gives us a lot more control under design standards and stuff like that. And one of the things that came into influence, I would imagine, in 2008, when that was originally master planned that way, was the proximity to commercial. And to do something that would be a buffer between that commercial and the single-family residential adjacent, without having to extend, without being forced to extend the commercial further down Sashaba.
Which I do understand. It seems like commercial right now ends at the corner of Sashaba, maybe. We
Yeah.
don't really have commercial south of there,
Right.
so.
And it's an attempt to stop that, but yeah, there is a possibility that, these type of townhouse attached buildings at a density of 4 units per acre, could eventually be built under that, designation. But as one of you guys made the point, the possibility of being able to compile all those lots together into one big parcel, because they're all privately owned, would be next to impossible.
Sure. I do understand that. I know they were selling 2 of the properties side by side, and it would be multiple acres that would have been, I don't know, they were looking at like 4 fourplexes, and 2 of the current home areas is what they were trying to market it as. So it was just astounding to a lot of us.
Megan, would you like to add to that?
Well, just if let's say if that property sale went through,
Mhm.
then those who owned it, in order to have it rezoned, that requires a public hearing, so everybody within 300 feet would be notified about that, and then that's
300 feet's really not
Right.
given. It's only,
Right.
what, a
But-
couple of property owners in the sub.
It is, it's gonna,
Yeah.
it goes.
But I think in your community, Brian, correct me if
Yeah.
I'm wrong, a rezoning of that type, it would be known, also you could give, your name to the department to be notified of any rezonings. But then the planning commission would make a recommendation to the township board on the rezoning, and then they'd have to come through again, with a site plan, or if they did a PUD, it would be a several step process. So I wouldn't want you to walk away with the impression that just because there's a future land use designation for this, somebody could buy it and the next day, without any public process, be building attached single family.
Right. And I appreciate that information. And I was basically just trying to understand it a little bit more, so I thank you for
Thank you.
reiterating it all.
That's what we're here for.
Anybody else?
I already wrote it down. Terry Whitney, 4814 Sundale. And this is just questions here. Sashaba, South Sashaba, you guys want to put one house or one condo every 108 feet, correct?
I don't know where you're getting that 108 feet from.
Well, 108 feet, we take an acre, we divide that by 4, and we get 108.25 feet. So that, I mean, that's just the density of what we're talking about, right? It's here nor there. It's math. I'm a math geek in
It's not
general.
that simple.
It actually pretty much is.
No, it's not.
Okay, explain it to me.
It depends on the shape of the parcel.
Okay, well, let's say hypothetically, the shape is square.
Bottom line is, when you look at development potential, you take about 0.4 right out of the gate for roads, infrastructure, and everything else.
Okay.
So you can.
So we go 10,000 feet, roughly 10,275 feet down to,
So you can take an
8,000.
acre and, take 40% off right out of the gate right there. So if it's an acre parcel. So that's how you can compute development potential on pieces of property.
okay, so we're talking about 0.65 for roughly 4 units, correct?
Well,
I mean, just here nor there, it's
Okay.
roughly that size. At any rate, if we're gonna zone just that particular section, why don't we zone the entire city that way?
we're not zoning the section, we're It's a master plan.
Right, well, I'm just
future
asking,
land
I'm
use.
just asking as a question, why can't we have this across, multi-use across the entire city? So every possible community in our city, we have just one big red blotchy dot, and they can build anything they want.
Everything north of I-75 has no sewers, you can't have that density there.
Well, we can eventually get it, it's not a big deal.
No,
Not really.
we're not putting sewers there,
but-
Why not?
no, because we don't want to.
Well, I mean, what's the big deal?
Why do you,
I'm trying to get to the point here, which is, why is it we're just building our city up in particularly small sections, when it's a beautiful city as is? You wanna live in a nice green city, don't do anything to it. We need to fix what we have. We have all kinds of little tiny sections of commercial property that's abandoned now. Rezone it, bulldoze it, turn it into a condo, fine, do something like that.
I'm sorry, the township can't just go in and start bulldozing abandoned buildings.
No, but you can rezone it, correct? And we
Uh,
can't, and we
Has to be
can get,
initiated by the property owner usually.
Typically, it's unusual for municipalities to initiate their own rezonings. It can be done,
can be done.
but I'm sure it creates a lot of complications. And,
Takings.
for the better part, we wait for the property owners to initiate it.
Okay, but so if we did nothing else, and this is just hypothetical, and we said, okay, here's all this blight right along Dixie Highway. And the property, we did nothing else, we built nothing else, our property values are gonna keep going up, correct? Because the land use is locked. Hypothetically, because we can't build more land, so people are just gonna, they sit on their property as the property, naturally occurs out and sells, the property value just keeps going up. We see that whether it's inflation, whether it's just over time, the
Okay.
value of property goes up. At any rate, eventually those properties, which are sitting empty and vacant right now, eventually that owner will want to do something else with it besides pay taxes on it. Because he's gonna just keep paying more taxes on it and do nothing, and letting it around and just sit and rot. Right? I mean,
I think we
hypothetically.
can come up with a few examples where that's
Yeah.
not the case.
We said we got some that have been sitting there for many years.
Yeah.
Nothing's
Yeah,
happened.
and why don't
I'm
we
not
have-
gonna get into mentioning names here, but.
Yeah, we know the Waterford, or not the Waterford, but the Clarkson Cinema there, it's been there forever. But the point is that I just look at our city, and it's beautiful now, it has some problems. But to sit there and try cramming in roughly, 650 more cars potentially in just one little section, like in South Sashaba? Well, yeah, okay, you take.
I don't know where you're getting your numbers, so.
Oh, okay, here nor there, let's just say I'm completely wrong with math, even though that's what I do for a living. We're gonna cram in a bunch of extra cars on a road in an area that we know is already jam-packed full of cars. We're gonna devalue our property because we're gonna take even more cars, and people are gonna be stuck in their cars just trying to drive around. And for what? I mean, can we get some standardization maybe across our city here and just try to slow things down and fix what we have going on? Maybe take our master plan and right now we have we're taking literally twice the recommended amount of roadway in your minor arteries compared to what ROC, Oakland County Road Commission asked for, correct? It's 120 feet, Oakland County Road Commission asked for 60 feet. So in those arteries, what are we gonna do? I mean, we need more road, or we're just gonna start, we're gonna use eminent domain and take down a couple houses? I mean.
That's up to the road commission. That's not our call.
No, but we're zoning it for 120 feet from the center of the road. So it's 60 per side, correct?
Setbacks.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean the road's gonna be that wide, right?
right.
I'm just
Setback for
asking questions
utilities
here,
and everything
because,
else.
yeah, I mean, and,
Well, a lot of us on this board have asked the same questions, like particularly the newer members, about the big boy, that kitchen
Yeah.
place is abandoned. That guy's been working on that liquor store for a while.
Yeah.
But I've learned that those people are still paying taxes, and we just can't
right.
take that over, nor does the township have the money to bulldoze it. And
Or the right.
so we're just trying to work, I mean, a lot of us on the board are kind of conservation minded, and we're just trying to set what we think philosophically the township should look like.
Okay, and
we're
philosophic,
not
right,
the
and I'm
zoning
just
board.
saying philosophically, being one of the folks that lives in the south side of this
Well, I
town.
think a lot of what you've asked is a little philosophical.
Right, it
Yes.
is highly philosophical, But one of the things could we do is could we maybe just get some standardization across the board? So when we look at this, it's standardized. If we're gonna build, and I know you guys have hinted at it, but if we're gonna build a new section of town or whatever, we're gonna build a new commercial property, it looks like what we have over here. So it's all the lamps look the same?
And, excuse me, but that's what we've been, like, some of the newer members are, and the older members have been talking about, perhaps we should look at
Right.
standardized things on new businesses going up on Dixie Highway. And I think that might be an issue to come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would encourage you guys to look at that, and also if we encourage maybe just adding like a section of you must have X number of trees per property.
We've
X
got
number of
landscaping
greenage.
requirements. We've got landscaping requirements. Could they be toughened up, maybe?
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe some trees. I mean, just
We've
instead of a
got
hedge.
that.
I mean, you have that?
We've got
We have a whole
requirements,
tree
yes.
ord- Or a whole ordinance. on
Every property
landscaping.
that's developed has to have so many trees and so many shrubs and,
Can we do that on residential housing as well?
yes.
We've got a required amount of trees for every parking space in the parking lot. We've got required perimeter trees. It's in there.
Okay. And the last piece is, can we add, and I'm asking, because this is a long-term pet peeve, can we ask for, or I'm gonna ask for, new development, can we go for underground electrical?
I don't, you guys wanna answer that? I don't know if that's our call.
It's not. It's franchise utilities we have no control over. Almost every new development that's been built in this township has gone underground. So across the street, down the street, with Pine Vista and all those are underground utilities.
So, but we can't add that to the master plan, just to ask people to please build this?
I can't think of a development in the last 30 years that has telephone poles.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can you just
I
make,
don't
Bill
think it
Slide
exists.
itself have telephone poles, but not, any new development that's built now, it's all underground.
so can we just say, just codify it and say, here you go, in case some guy decides 15 years from now, he's gonna put up a telephone pole or whatever the next latest and greatest thing?
I don't think we can control franchise utilities. And, I mean,
It's just an ask.
that's a planning issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I think everybody here has talked, mostly. How about online? Anybody online?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. This is Tiffany Robertson, 6211 Walden Road. How are you?
Okay, are you far from your mic? Can you get a little closer?
I'm not far from it, but let me see if I can fix. Can you hear me better now?
That's a little better.
Okay. I'm kind of right next to my mouth. Sorry. Anyway, so I apologize because I did start watching late, but and if it was in previous drafts, I missed it. But page 97, the right-of-way plan, I see that now conforms with what Oakland County wants to do. As far as widening, like, the right-of-way on Walden Road, which is concerning to me, because none of our utilities are in the road. They're in the back of our property. Actually, they're running through the middle of our property. So we have nowhere to move if we lose 27 feet in the front, and we can't go back, because if we wanted to move our house, if we wanted to take on the expense of moving our house and going back. My point is, how much time do we have to prepare for that actually happening? Because it's concerning.
Brian, you wanna comment on that?
What was the question again? Sorry.
Will
I
Walden
ran-
Road will Walden Road be when would the right-of-way be expanded to the planned right-of-way?
On which side of Sashaba? Or, cause Walden Road used to be dirt,
on this side.
actually.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
On this side, between Sashbon and 15.
Well, we go off of a future right-of-way for setback reasons, or for setbacks, but I mean, unless the road commission had a plan in their transportation improvement plan to expand it, which includes township involvement in funds, I don't see that being a possibility or even it's even gonna happen, but.
Yeah, it is in the 2022, Oakland County Master Plan, right-of-way master plan.
Yeah, but the right-of-way is different than the actual construction of pavement. When we did the road millage, we carefully looked at all of those items as possibilities. We looked at maybe road by the middle school. We looked at a number of areas and whether or not the road commission was interested in expanding them, and the answer was no at that time.
Yeah, so I did ask my question poorly. I apologize for that.
That's okay.
But, I mean, yes, ultimately widening is a concern, but just in general, losing 27 feet of our front yard. All of the older homes along Walden Road don't have much to give. And we're gonna lose the ability to do things like put turnarounds in our front yard so that we're not backing out into this dangerous traffic and stuff like that. So that's my concern. I appreciate that you answered my question on the widening. That makes me feel better. But I'm also concerned about just losing it in general to a right-of-way that I don't feel we need because the utilities aren't even there.
Aren't the sidewalks generally in the right of way?
Yeah, or right outside it, yeah.
There's only sidewalks on the south side right now.
But,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I
Yeah.
ask a question of Mr. Ottman? So generally, those planned right-of-ways, the road commission only expands them when, A, they've got a construction project coming up and they need to do that, or B, a new development comes in and they have and then the township works with the road commission, works with the property owner for that to go over to the road commission at that time?
Correct, yeah, it's just the future right-of-way, we have future right-of-ways that are very large in this township all over the place, but they're still two-lane roads, you know, and what the future right-of-way allows for is if somebody needs a bypass lane or XL decel lanes, things like that, they can at least have the ability to expand the road at an intersection to a sub or something like that. But, you know, the entire widening and making it a 3-lane road or anything like that is not even a consideration.
Okay, so just to be clear, the right-of-way being widened doesn't come into play unless there is a project that is discussed and laid out that requires it. Correct? Okay.
Correct. Now, in terms of somebody building a house on a piece of property, we take the future right-of-way into consideration for our setbacks. So that way, you know, we don't run into trouble later on if the road were to be widened, so.
That makes sense.
It really just affects us here in reviewing it for zoning compliance and things like that, permits
Okay.
internally.
That makes me feel a lot better. I dug and dug and dug, but could not, when I saw it on the Oakland County plan, it scared me and I couldn't find anything about it other than they weren't working on it yet. So that makes me feel better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online? Anybody else here? I'll close the public hearing. Thank you for your comments. So I guess the next step, anybody on the commission got any final comments on the master plan?
Mr. Chairman, I
Yeah.
just had one small comment. I think it was on page 17. It said, no, North Oakland Headwaters Land Conservancy.
It's
no.
Blue Heron.
Yeah, which you said later in the report called Blue Heron, but first was Independence, then NOHLC, then Blue Heron. Oh, sorry.
No, no problem. Okay, my guess is we got some major changes. Maybe we should look at it one more time. Would you agree with that, Megan?
Sure.
Do you think you can get these in place and mailed out to us in enough time for us to review it again at the next planning commission meeting, which is?
August
I mean,
2
that's-
weeks?
Yeah.
If you
You
give us
can be honest and you can say no if that's.
No, if you give us a week to put all these edits in and turn it around, we can do that.
Next meeting's the 8th.
I'll need it the first.
The 8th?
The 8th, so next
The
meeting.
first?
It's 2 weeks
Yeah.
from tonight.
Yeah, we'll do our best. I think we can do it.
So, okay, I would entertain a motion to postpone till the August 8th meeting.
I'll make a motion that we postpone the master plan update final draft and any vote pertaining to that. That's it.
Support.
All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, next item is the tree ordinance. I'm gonna trust that everybody read this. I think, this is something that a good segment of our community wants. There's been a lot of talk about clear cutting, and, so that's why I've taken the initiative to move forward on it. And, if the planning commission agrees that everybody agrees this is something we should tackle, I'm not talking about the specific, provisions, just the concept of tackling a tree ordinance, I'd like to begin that process tonight. If there's an opinion that, majority opinion that it's not a worthwhile task, you know, majority will rule. So I would just like to get some feedback if you guys are ready, willing to move forward.
I guess my question would be this, we had this, was it 2 or 3 months ago? And we all talked about it and we voted to, I think, put it to the township board for administrative action on a couple items, correct? If I remember it correctly? So my thing would be, why is it back in front of us if we already voted on it?
I don't know that we formally voted, but I think it was just kind of a discussion item.
I think I remember Dick specifically saying it was an all you guys wanna do would be solved by an administrative action by the board, so I'll craft an administrative action for them to approve, I believe, unless I'm remembering it wrong.
We have,
I think so.
we got a quote from Mr. Carlisle to prepare it. And that quote was submitted to the board, and for various reasons, the board has decided to hold off on that until a future date. And after reading all these things, all the ordinances and stuff, I think we can tackle the concept of the content and be prepared to hand that to Mr. Carlisle when the board is of a frame of mind to consider it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know exactly where it's coming from, and I don't need to play petty politics in an open meeting, so I get it. But, I mean, my personal position is, sure, I think we could beef up some commercial landscaping and commercial tree cutting. Sure, I think we could, when we're doing PUDs and other planned developments, that we can emphasize green. No problem. I just have a big problem with private property owners being regulated on what they can,
And-
you know, they can go cut down their apple tree on their property. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. But Ron, he mentioned the board. You wanna give some background since you're the liaison?
I was gonna say, I don't think the township board voted on that, did they? No.
I'm not on the township
No,
board.
I'm talking about this board. I think this board.
I think we
has-
just declined
took-
to act.
yeah, Right,
Yeah.
so, but, I just remember when we talked about it a few months back, I was the same way. It's like, I guess I'm not in favor of having a tree ordinance that governs, you know, private property owners, as far as the, you know, especially residential.
Okay.
But I think I did, comment that, you know, I'm in favor of, we can do, some ordinance to, you know, keep clear cutting, you know,
Yeah.
somehow, some way. I guess I'm not trying to restrict property owners and, you know, that, but I guess I don't wanna see mass clear cutting and that type of stuff as well, so.
I understand that point, totally understand it. And my intent in drafting this exercise was to lay out the options and not,
Yep, I read through
yeah.
a number of
and-
the things that you had in there.
And, I mean, it would be my idea, I'm saying my idea, that it apply strictly to stuff, site plans and PUDs and stuff that come in front of the planning commission. A property owner with his own property, that's my idea. Because frankly, maybe I'd like some tighter controls on that, but I recognize, I think it'd be hard to get passed in this township, so, that's what.
And if we did it, to me, it would have to be, you know, large, pretty large lots. And there again, I guess I'd still feel bad about a single-family home, homeowner property saying, you know, he couldn't cut down a tree, so.
I agree with that. So are you guys okay with moving forward with this? I mean, it's gonna, my idea is it's gonna take a couple months. What we come up with here, I wanna get with ROAC and run it by them, and get their input, and then maybe come back to the planning commission with a little summary that, what we concluded, and then go from there. So it's gonna take a couple months.
Yeah, like I say, it's gonna, you know, there's gonna be property that's personally owned, and then, you know, goes to a developer or whatever, so, you know, what's the timing? I think that's some of the things, the timing of when the cutting happens compared to, maybe it happens, the private guy cuts it and then sells it to a developer and those types of things.
We did a tree ordinance in Washington Township, and you can't prohibit a farmer from cutting down their trees. They got a number of active farms in Washington Township. So a particular developer negotiated a deal with the farmer to clear cut it before he sold it to him.
Yep, well, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I can understand those.
There's ways around it.
Those little steps as well, too, so I guess I'm open, if we can stop clear cutting, then,
Yeah.
you know, of that commercial type property,
Okay.
I guess.
Jason, you okay?
Yes, so I am generally against the concept for homeowners. Well, I don't know how many people of the 36,000 township residents, maybe a large portion are within HOAs who already have those types of ordinances. So if I were to take this on, my opinion would be okay for larger properties and maybe for commercial development. I think this is all coming around because across the street, right? It's been quiet till that got blown out. So I think there's a lot of people that are upset about that, so, yeah.
I think, and just to piggyback on his comment, across the street or whatnot, to this is more a question for Megan probably. I mean, the properties we're talking in the township that are of this size and an action like this could happen, we're now talking about probably less than 5 parcels, so.
Right.
Does that put us at risk for litigation saying you're targeting our parcels or whatnot?
No, it doesn't put you at risk for targeting those parcels. You've done a good job in your master plans over the years, documenting where trees are,
Okay.
saying that they are part of green infrastructure, and then laying out the case why for natural features preservation like this. So you're not targeting those of a certain size, and as long as you applied it to something like anything that requires a site plan.
Okay.
You would be in the clear, where in recent cases, especially Kenton Township losing a Michigan Supreme Court case, it really got down to regulations of individual homeowners, and then also what they had to pay as a fine for when they took down the tree.
Yeah.
And so those are the things, but like I noticed in the materials that Chair Scarborough provided, it was City of Troy and Ann Arbor Township. Both of those are clients of ours. Ann Arbor Townships has been held up by different municipal attorneys as an example of what to do with woodlands ordinance. And then City of Troy's was recently updated based on that Supreme Court case. And again, that was the one of the 3 that only applies to site plans.
Okay. Thank you.
You guys okay? Joe?
Yeah. You know, as you know, because we have talked, you know, ROAC is running up a parallel path right now on developing another woodlands ordinance. So I'm thinking that, and I talked to Bill about it, we could take this, and you could present it to ROAC at the next meeting, which is in 2 weeks, to get, the last thing we want to do is have two woodland
Right.
ordinances being proposed by two different committees in the township. So I think, you know, we can work this out together and put this together. One of the things is to define, the more I get involved in this, the more I like lose it. You know, what's a tree ordinance? What's a woodland ordinance? Are they different? What should a tree ordinance cover? Only issues that have to do with site plans? ROAC is looking at preservation of open spaces, you know, maintaining the ecology balance, making sure that we don't lose monarch butterflies because we're cutting down this and not replacing it with that. You know, so their perspective on these ordinances is slightly different than a site plan. Don't cut down all the trees kind of thing. None of it is beyond working out issues, you know, and it may take some time, and I agree with Bill 100%, you know, that we've been screwing around with this thing now for, you know, months and months and not particularly getting any place. You know, one of the questions I would ask, and maybe, you know, I asked Sam, you know, at a ROAC meeting, and Ron, you here, is like, does the board have any, the board of trustees, have any preferences, have any reservations, have any don't go heres, you know, don't go here, because we're developing this stuff, and it would be terrible to spend months on it and then send it up to the board, and then the board says, well, we didn't want this, or we're philosophically opposed to this. And I'm not saying that that's the case, I'm just saying, I certainly would like to avoid it.
Hopefully the board keeps an open mind, anything that comes before it and makes judgment based on what's presented.
What's there, but, so there's no predefined limitations as far as your,
Well, I guess I just voiced my preferences, so I guess you could say if there's one board member that said, you know, I'm against, say, single-family homeowners having any restrictions on their
right,
properties.
okay, I mean, that's good to know.
So,
Um,
I'm just saying, I'm sure the other board members are gonna have some personal.
A different one, yeah, or something like that. Anyway, so I think we can, I think this is just gonna take some effort. Bill and I are probably gonna be working to get this thing smoothed out between the committees somehow. And I don't think it's gonna be that bad, you know, definitions and talking to different people, so that's my approach. I'd like to, I've asked Bill and you know, to bring his version, which is much like what Fisher has already developed, in terms of the outline of an ordinance. Present it to,
You guys keep having like Jerry Fisher develop ordinances though, and that's not the way the ordinances are developed in the township. So.
we don't want Jerry Fisher developing ordinances.
Well, you just said.
No, it is.
We're getting his
An
input.
outline for an ordinance, and just because what Bill has presented here is pretty much what he's developed, an outline for an ordinance. We have no intention, and I'll speak for ROAC since I chair it, of developing an ordinance. You know, we will not write an ordinance. We will, you know, recommend that ordinances be written to control certain development in open spaces and things like that, and let it up to the board to decide whether that's the right way to go. And if they want an ordinance written, you hire somebody to write an ordinance, but you're not gonna get one from ROAC, because we're not in the business of writing
Right.
ordinances. I can guarantee you
I'm
that.
just interrupting because I heard the word Jerry's already wrote this up, so. it's-
Well, he did, but what he wrote up was an outline
All right.
of what an ordinance should contain, very similar to what you're looking at that Bill's produced. Matter of fact, a lot of it's the same. So, you know, that's what I was talking about, not,
Okay.
I don't consider that an ordinance. You know,
Yeah.
if I gave you that impression, I'm silly. Apologize.
Okay, all right, so let's move forward. Let's go to what I consider the three basic or predominant, well, first of all, I want to say, to answer Joe's, my understanding, the difference between a tree ordinance or tree preservation ordinance and a woodlands ordinance, is a woodlands ordinance would include tree preservation, but also gets into habitats and species and stuff like that. This does not anticipate any of that, because I don't know anything about that kind of stuff. And, you know, maybe ROAC will give some input on that. My attempt here, to be honest, was to try and keep it as simple as possible so we can get something approved. And maybe putting invasive species in habitat makes it a little too complicated and we'd get some resistance, but, you know, we can talk about that when we get to ROAC. So anyway, what we're gonna talk about tonight is strictly trees, but, you know, we'll get input from ROAC, and if they wanna take it a little further, we'll consider that. So, the first topic is what most of people have commented about: what parcels of land should it cover? I expressed the opinion that it should be any site plan, condo, PUD, PRD, that comes under planning commission review. And it sounds like there's a couple people here that I think, if I'm reading it correctly, would support that. Anybody got any? So if we need to discuss that further, we can, or in the effort of moving on.
Do single-family residences come before this committee?
Don't believe so,
So
but
they-
I'll let Brian answer that.
No.
Right, so they would not be subject to a site plan review
Right,
as stated here?
right.
But a large subdivision development
development,
of single-family homes would.
Right,
Yes.
just trying to distinguish between the two.
Everybody, everybody okay with that concept? Okay.
Well, except that it says including individual lots there, I don't know that we would include that.
Where do I say that?
On the second page, where it says what parcels of land should.
I think it's an option,
Oh, okay,
you know, like,
Oh, so I would say option 3
okay.
is what we're going for. I'm
Okay.
sorry. So what trees are protected? From reading this, does everybody understand the concept of, you know, you define trees over a certain DBH, and there's a couple ways of approaching it. Like I mentioned, one of the municipalities basically said all the trees that are over this measurement on the site plan are covered. But then they had a lower percentage of those that had to be saved. And then another ordinance said, if it falls in the building footprint, or the driveways, or the utility easements, they're not protected. So in other words, they can cut down those trees, but then there's a higher percentage of the remaining trees that don't fall within those envelopes that have to be saved, protected. So there's like two different ways of defining that.
I think that I should say all trees over a certain diameter except for invasives.
There is a item V under B, trees that are not protected. I got invasive trees down there.
Is cottonwood considered invasive? Can we please add that to the
Well,
species?
It's not.
That's what I'm saying, there's a lot of things that we could look at that nobody wants a cottonwood, so.
Well, Michigan has a list of invasives, so.
And so some of the example ordinances, Ann Arbor, they had a long list of them, and I would imagine when we get to Dick, or Megan, he'll do that, and Megan wants to comment.
That list of invasive species, it changes often. Michigan State keeps an authoritative list. The thing that generally, if you're really concerned about invasives, is that we recommend is that you have something like a tree board who will update that list. on a regular basis, and then that list is linked, because you go back to update your ordinance every year when, you know, caliper repair comes on and cottonwood comes off, and then people are disagreeing about it, because people love trees or have opinions about trees. It's really then that board makes a select decision, and then they maintain the list, and that list is by reference. And we could give you examples. So that's the gold standard for invasives, or you could have a list that maybe you periodically update. So the other thing I wanted to say on this in terms of, if I may, Mr. Chair, if you are limiting it to just site plans, I would recommend you would think about the portion where it's all trees and it's a lower replacement value, like in Troy, because when you're looking at site plan, then what you're asking a developer to do is to really look at the economic impact on their return on investment for each tree that they're taking out. Because if they have a 24-inch landmark tree that's going to have a high replacement value, then it's more of an economic incentive for them to design around that or design into that, to embrace that tree and preserve it, rather than to cut it down. So that comes into play with that.
So you're recommending
I would
trees, all trees over the measurement
Yes, and then,
be counted as protected, and then a lower percentage, like 50% have to be saved versus 80%.
like they did in Troy, in the Troy example that you brought forward. The other thing is on landmark trees, a lot of these ordinances will have just something above a certain caliper, and then landmark trees. And landmark trees sometimes are 18 inches or greater, or you'll notice in some of these ordinances, there was a list of species and caliper. That, again, is when talking to our landscape architect, he's more in favor in that, because there are certain trees that don't get to 24 inches or at a certain size, like 18 or 16, that's very significant for their species. But again, these are gradations.
And my thought on landmark, I do talk about landmark trees and providing encouragement to leave them and all kinds of stuff. And my thought was to basically leave it without specifying and look for input from you guys on those.
Mr. Chairman?
Joe?
Brian, was there any specific, this is before my time, on the senior center down here,
Monarch Grove.
Yeah, Monarch Grove. Was there any, I heard that there was some consideration for where the trees should be left and all that on that project. Was that any kind of a formal plan, or was this kind of like?
No, it was a request of ours initially,
Okay.
to, mainly for the buffer to Wingate subdivision. That was really the impetus behind it. And then we found other smaller pockets towards the front of the building that we thought, let's just keep, if there's no grading going on over there, why not just leave them? A lot of times though, we find that trees, once they lose their protection, start to, because they don't have that protection of other trees, that creates a problem. That happens in buffer zones in our PUDs a lot, where, they cut to where the buffer zone is. But yes, to answer your question, Monarch Grove, we did look at that, but there was no formal tree survey done there. The last time I remember a full tree survey being done was a little bit further down Sashabaw for the Powers Office Park. That was a completely wooded site that he had to literally earmark every tree and tag every tree. And that was back in the early 2000s, so a long time ago. But that's the last time I remember it happening. But
At Ardmore, the residents got to tag some trees to try and save too as well.
yeah, so what happens is when a development starts, like a Pine Vista or Ardmore, and they clear it to the buffer, we, you know, first of all, we go out and verify that it's exactly what the buffer's supposed to be, 50 feet or whatever it ends up being. You know, once they clear it and they start building homes, and then you get the tree that's no longer has that protection, that starts leaning, we, you know, allow HOAs, we have to look at it first, but if it becomes a health safety issue where it could fall on a house or whatever, we allow people to take stuff out of the buffer. But it has to be signed off on by us to do that. And it happens. Northridge is a good example. We've probably had 6 or 8 trees in there that start leaning.
But
Okay,
Northridge was also, sorry to interrupt, but Northridge was also an example of where we made sure there was quite a bit of vegetation put back in, and we actually had some residents come and say, hey, I don't want any more trees in my yard.
Yeah.
So, you know, but I mean, it was part of what was owed to them by the developer, but there was people that actually came to the meeting and said, I don't want that tree in my yard. And it's like, we have enough trees. It's
Yeah.
like, so.
So if we're gonna concentrate, can I shift gears for a second? If we're gonna concentrate on site plan development, what would be the difference if we created more specific tree guidelines in the site development plan, the site plan development, right, versus an ordinance?
Right.
So like this specific guidelines for trees, I don't know if there's is there a difference or?
I think having an ordinance versus guidelines just gives you more direct, clear-cut rules.
Don't use that word.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're really talking about 3 things.
Yeah.
Guidelines, number 1, are something that you aspire to.
Yeah.
So you ask people to meet them, but you don't have an enforcement behind them unless it specifically says in an ordinance or the zoning ordinance that you must do what the guidelines say.
Okay.
A. B, you can put these type of rules of woodlands protection, especially if you're only dealing with site plan, into the zoning ordinance. As soon as you put anything into the zoning ordinance, it's subject to all the case law that goes along with any zoning ordinance case. It is also subject to dimensional variances. So someone could appeal the decision and go to the ZBA. So for the gold standard for any sort of natural features protection is that it's in a standalone ordinance. So it can't go to the ZBA. It doesn't have an appeals process to it. So, and in terms of a decision maker, that may cut both ways, because really, unless you put some sort of appeals into the standalone ordinance, somebody doesn't have a relief in an extraordinary circumstance. If you put it into the zoning ordinance, there's standards there, but then it has to abide by that case law, and it runs with the land. It's not owner by owner.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So we could design it so that there would be an appeal process.
You could add an appeal process. Again, I would work with your township attorney about that. Most woodlands ordinances that I've seen do not have an appeals process in it.
Seems like that would just muddy up the waters to have an appeals process for the tree ordinance.
I think that is the idea behind it.
Is, everybody okay with the concept of, simply put, making the entire parcel subject to the protected trees? And then if we agree on that, we can talk about the percentage that they're allowed to sort of automatically cut down versus the other alternative, where you just say, if it's in the building footprint, it's not protected.
Well, ultimately too, if they wanna cut down a tree that's protected, there's replacement values,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
So in a sense, somebody could still quote unquote clear cut, but they would have to put in additional trees out the wazoo to replace everything that's been
Right,
cut.
and usually the economic cost of that outweighs the preservation of it.
Yeah.
And I do I did raise the question, do we allow clear cutting? And I think at least one of the ordinances had a strict prohibition against clear cutting. And I would strongly recommend that. So give me some feedback, guys.
I mean, I
gals.
guess it's, the clear cutting thing, I guess, is, and just kind of a side point, is ambiguous as well, because if somebody's turning in a site plan on a 1 acre commercial lot and there's one tree in the middle of it, well, I guess he clear cut the thing, you know? I mean, how,
In the Troy example that Chair Scarborough had, that there was a provision that you could go back 5 years in aerials and look to see if any clear cutting had happened. And I know that, I worked with an ordinance in Ypsilanti Township that had that, and we would go back and look.
no, I'm not saying that. Let's say I go buy a 1 acre place and I wanna put a Dunkin' Donuts on it, and there's already a 20-inch tree in the middle of it. I can't develop the property because I can't clear cut it. There's one tree on it, and it's right in the middle.
I would say you could cut it down, but you'd have to replace it.
Well, I
on the
would
perimeter.
too, but what's the definition of clear cutting?
Well,
Because if there's only one big tree on it, I just clear cut it.
we could define that. Clear cutting shall constitute cutting down more than, I guess that, you know.
I don't, I mean, it's a crazy example, but just thinking out of the
I
box.
guess the opposite of that, though, would be wherever the site plan is being developed would be like an inventory of the trees, say over a certain size, whatever, and like, what are you gonna do with it? You know, like, what's your plan? You're gonna take these, you know, here's my built-in wall, I'm gonna take these trees down, and my landscape plan is to put these many trees back.
Well, I think typically you do require a tree replacement plan, right, Megan? Yeah,
Well,
is that?
In
what
the
you-
ordinance, yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, right now, we have a site plan ordinance that you just have to have so many trees and so many shrubs, so much vegetation, right? Per the size of the property, right? So, I mean, whether there was any trees on it or not, you know, when he's done, he has to, you know, has to be this way, so.
If I'm understanding your comment correctly, though, most tree ordinances state that these replacements have to be other than trees required elsewhere by the ordinance, like other than parking lot trees, other than, you can't count it.
In addition to.
Yeah, in addition,
Yeah, the site plan requirements, the normal ones.
yeah.
And then I think it's important because Brian had stated, you know, if I go buy a 1 acre lot for Dunkin' Donuts, I think your visualization of the concept and maybe somebody else's visual, I was thinking large 10, 15 acre
Mhm.
plots are, that physically looks different than a 1 acre lot, right? So I think we should
Yeah,
we
because
should
the 1
define
acre
the
lot still
size,
requires
a
a site
minimum
plan.
minimum size for
Well, and
the ordinance.
So I just wanted to point out that the ordinance requires on a final site plan that location, size, and type of trees having a diameter, a DBH of 4 inches or greater are required to be shown on the plan. So that's typically on, you know, the existing conditions or the survey. And then wooded areas shall be delineated by symbolic lines tracing the spread of the outermost.
so
you
what
know,
you're
spread
saying,
height.
we effectively already require a site plan showing,
The current condition.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you require that at final.
yes, correct.
Whereas if you were really looking to preserve these trees, that should be on the preliminary site plan.
Correct.
point.
Because then
Before.
that's, once somebody gets to a final site plan,
It's pretty much set, you know,
Okay.
everything's kind of set.
It's already driven through that land?
It's-
yeah.
Yeah,
Can I ask Ron a question on this previous point? You were talking about requiring a tree survey up front. Then essentially, are you saying then it's just open for the debate of the pleasure of the planning commission to debate, okay, you have to save this many, and if not, you have to replace this many? So more of an open-end, free-form kind of thing?
Well, I was just saying, maybe that's a different thing, instead of saying, I guess, use your example, there's one tree, it's a 25-inch tree, and I got a 1 acre lot, well now, if you have a replacement value, you gotta put, there might not even be enough room on the property to put that many trees on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then typically what a what an ordinance will do, will give you one of three options, is to put it on the parcel. If it can't fit on the parcel itself, they could put it someplace else that
Land
the
bank.
township would want it, street tree, parks, whatnot, or they can contribute to a tree fund. And that contribution to the tree fund should be the final option, and that's where, municipalities have gotten into trouble when that price was seemed to be inflated, in terms of the cost per tree.
But a developer typically is gonna pick that option because it's a fixed cost to them. It's like, hey, I owe 25 trees, so here's my money.
Except in the Canton case, the Supreme Court ruled for the developer, the
Yeah.
fine was worth more than the value of the property.
Mm-hmm.
It
Well,
was
it's true. Well,
exorbitant.
I'm just getting at, typically, developers or, bigger companies, they want the fixed costs. It's like, I know I could just do X.
Well, then the fixed cost is easier on their pro forma a lot of times, rather than the price of the trees may fluctuate and what
Right.
species and putting and selling them and things like that.
How do you feel about tree funds?
Again, I think they're a last case resort. I think there's other things that you can do for tree preservation that, would help, in terms of, one thing is if they do preserve a large tree, to give them credit for it. So I've also seen in landscaping standards where if they preserved a large tree, that could, and it was in the buffer area, that can count on a 2-to-1 ratio for the trees that they're required in that buffer, or others. So you give them, not only if they take away a tree, do they need to have a design cost, but if you preserve a tree, we're gonna count that towards your landscaping. A lot of times what the zoning ordinances miss is that they'll require you to put in landscaping, they'll require you to preserve trees, they don't have any crossover between the two, and then what ends up is you have a really heavily landscaped area that actually the planning commission is giving waivers on. So it'd be better to have those trades in the ordinance in the beginning.
So like a tree bank.
Almost like a tree bank. So again, like if I'm the developer and I'm gonna save 5 trees on site, and they're generally in the areas where I need to have trees, I get credit for preserving that tree. So let's say there's an existing street tree on Sashaba. I don't take that down, I get credit for that tree.
You don't have to put in one of the required 6 trees
Right.
or something like
And
that.
we typically do that, on Greenbelt landscaping and on
Yeah.
the front and things like that.
Yeah.
If it's a cluster of trees at one end, we typically count that.
So you can, because when somebody's sitting out and designing things, they have an economic cost, but then they also have the design of where things go. And so they've got to figure that out. And so you want to give that designer, developer, at that point, if you want to preserve trees, you want those regulations that he or she has to meet to encourage them to preserve trees. So necessarily always just if you cut it down, we're gonna make you pay. You can also add a carrot in there. And so this might be that you're gonna have a woodlands or a tree ordinance that's standalone that will speak to the zoning ordinance, but the zoning ordinance might change as well. You say, okay, put that tree survey in at preliminary site plan so we can look at it. I hate to make things more complicated, Mr. Chair.
But I guess that's what I was getting at. To me, I think the easiest thing on the site plan, just have the trees, marked. And then decide, and show what you're gonna do, like here's your built envelope, these are the trees I wanna take out. And like I say, it's like, at least allow the planning commission to, say, hey, why are you taking these 3 trees out? It's like, why can't we leave those 3, or shift your building over a little bit so we can save these trees or whatever.
Mhm.
And do that on a case-by-case basis instead of having all these rules and regulations, like you take out this 18-inch tree, now you gotta put in 21-inch trees, or, whatever it is. Because to
We
me, a
don't
lot of
see-
the time, it doesn't make sense. It would make more sense if you just see each case and make the decision based on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Instead of having all, a bunch of rules and regulations where, like say, there's no way I could fit all these trees back on this property, so So now we're figuring out where else we're gonna put the trees and that type of thing, so.
I mean, I have seen examples of renowned developments that are over vegetated. If you're familiar with the woodlands north of Houston in Texas, they saved so many trees that you can't even see the businesses, and half of them are going out of business because nobody knows they're there. And then now they're having a problem, like, what do we cut down and what do we not? I mean, it's beautiful, but it's,
Right.
No,
It's-
I had that issue.
it's too heavily wooded now, and everything's green. You can't even see half the houses. It's turning into a problem. Not that we have a problem, but
Depending on the person looking at it, would have a polar opposite.
if you're looking for
opinion, too.
gas, you drive by the corners where the gas stations are, and they're tucked back up in the woods, kind of like
Yep.
White Lake
I've
and
seen that
Dixie.
in like
You
Hilton
can't,
Head and stuff
yeah.
too.
you can't find it.
I don't know, that's why I guess I'm pushing towards the site plan where, you know, at the preliminary site plan, it has to have that, like, inventory or whatever, and then basically talk about where the building envelope is and what you could do to save, if there's significant trees in there, say, how do you save those?
Well, I would think in reality, at the preliminary site plan, he'd show you a tree inventory, and he'd probably have an overlay on that that would show the building envelopes, and then we would evaluate whether or not we like that location and give him feedback.
Well, like I say, you can also give relief on, like, hey, look, if you move your building here, and that type of thing, so.
What does it cost to do this tree survey normally, say for an acre?
I don't know.
It can be significant. And so ways that you can lower the cost is that not every tree has to be tagged and itemized. If it's in a stand of trees, which is generally a certain area, that they show the outline of that, and the registered arborist who's tells you what type of trees are in there. So like on a 5-acre lot, there might be hundreds of trees, and to go and tag each one is
Pretty
I've
costly, yeah.
I've heard from developers cost prohibitive.
So they bubble it and label it 6 to 8 inch caliper, typical maple.
Typical maple or combination of, you know, willows and cottonwoods and, you know, or things, different ones.
But
So-
still on the site plan, there's a cluster of trees that are shown, and then you're showing where your build envelope is in adjacent to that. So, I mean, you could decide whether, hey, let's do something to save this cluster,
The other thing you
and
can
that type of thing.
The other thing that I've found to be helpful on site plans that I'm reviewing on the landscape plan, for it to be required, that there's a chart that has all the trees that are proposed to be removed, whether or not they require replacement, and then what the replacement requirements are, and then that totals out to a total number of trees if you have a tally. And that's, I found as a reviewer, then I can go back and see where those trees are, and also then if, let's say you exclude invasive species, they can show that they're taking out that tree, that you can go back to where it's marked that it's invasive, and then it's not included. And so that's helpful as a reviewer to be able to look at and see all that information captured, because otherwise you're flipping sheets from one to another trying to figure out where tree 138 is and what it is.
When do you typically see the tree replacement plan?
We'll see that at preliminary.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so and it's usually whether, sometimes they'll say, you know, these are where the tree replacements are, or we're gonna ask for a waiver. A lot of times on the waiver, on the tree replacement, I've seen that the planning commission can waive up to 50% in the zoning ordinance, so that you can have some relief, in that area, let's say, cause you're gonna have too much on it or whatnot.
So the planning commission can waive a percentage of the requirement?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we still get back to the question of, do we make the entire site plan covered? Or do we just make those that are outside of the building and footprint, building roads, easements covered. And I guess my inclination is to go with Megan's recommendation, because that encourages the preservation of landmark trees, and that's, you look at the whole site plan, and then you have a lower percentage of those that have to be saved.
Lower percentage of those have to stay, is that what you said?
Yeah, like if you were to say that trees located within the proposed building envelope and roadways and utility easements are not protected, in other words, they can be cut down without any replacement requirement. If you were to go that way, you might say 80% of the rest of the trees that are outside those envelopes have to be saved. But if you say that all trees on this site that exceed the measurement requirement are protected, but only 50% of those have to be saved. See what I'm saying? Make sense to you guys?
Well, like, again, I guess to me, you're trying to put this formula in there, and I guess from reviewing site plans, I just think that, you know, you're gonna run into more quirks doing it that way as opposed to just reviewing each site plan based on the tree inventory.
Well, but if you don't have a requirement, and you don't have an ordinance that requires something, you have got, as Megan indicated, no ability to enforce.
You're just strong arming them.
You need a guideline.
Before and after, unless Brian or I or Dick have something in the ordinance to back us up, we're just asking people ahead of time to do what we think the township wants. We need a rule to back us up if you wanna preserve the trees, so there's gotta, there's, you know, while it's nice to look at it and say yes, please, unless there's a rule that we can bring to developers and say, this is what it is, you gotta, you know, it's either preserve these trees or replace them, then you're still gonna get what you're getting now. We'll try our hardest.
I mean, I understand your concern, but I also look at it like Ann Arbor does it, Troy does it, Lake Orion does it, Oakland Township does it. I mean, are we,
I think we can move forward. I mean, it's like we're trying to solve it here tonight. I think we can move forward and just say it's either gonna be per the site plan or per a schedule, one of the two. So I mean, at least we got it down to two things. And I'm not against, you know, the method of, you know, a percentage of the trees outside the build envelope or whatever, so. It just, there again, like I said, it just needs to be some leeway, so when we're looking at the site plan, then
Well,
that could be,
I would,
waived or whatever, so.
I would say build that leeway in by what Megan suggested, where the planning commission can waive a certain percentage of the required replacements.
Well, that's what I guess, so, to me, that's the only option that, you know, there's, you know, that gives you the general ordinance, like you're talking about, but that allows you to modify based on the site plan or whatever, so.
I'm okay with that, but we still gotta get back to the, do we wanna the protected trees to be the whole site plan, or do we want it to be just those outside of the building envelope?
Maybe that's something that you and ROAC should get together on. I mean, aren't y'all gonna work together to provide a final?
Yeah.
So maybe that's something y'all decide and bring it back to us.
We can do that. I would just, I think it'd be helpful to be able to tell ROAC this is what the planning commission thought. A consensus. Tom?
Megan, did you say like, so you save all, let's say if you look at one parcel, save all greater than a certain size and then require a savings at a low percent, so developers have a better incentive to participate, to develop a property?
So, what I was saying is if you exclude that, so typically the way I've seen it work is when you exclude the building envelope, which is a significant chunk of the site usually. You know, so that's like maybe 30% of the site. So you exclude that right away. Then typically for what's remaining, they want to preserve around 80. They want to say 80% of the trees that are
Certain size.
protected that you're gonna preserve. When it's the whole site, typically that percentage goes down, because you realize that people are gonna put in roads. You know, as Brian said earlier, you need about 40% of your site for just infrastructure and to build the building. So that takes that off the table. So requiring 80%, requiring 80% of the site, you're constraining the building. So that the building of the site. So by requiring just 50% of the trees, you're giving them a good plate to start, a good base to build within. You're not putting undue constraints on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so which one do you kind of lean towards?
So
The concrete, take the concrete, and then take the part that's not concrete?
So if you are gonna have lots of single-family residential or attached residential where there's gonna be a lot of buildings and roads and infrastructure, I would lean towards the whole site, being what you're looking at, and then 50% of the trees. Because if you think about where all the building envelopes are, and let's say we're looking at a 100 unit housing development, which for some of your larger parcels is not out of the ballpark, and those have some of the largest tree stands that you have, then and this is somebody who's reviewed those site plans, it's difficult to see where the roads are, and you get in a lot of arguments about this is the building pad, so these are, this is the building envelope for these 10 lots. But really, if they had just moved the drive, if they had moved the access road, or if they had done some design of a different way, they could preserve a whole lot more of the trees. So
That would also favor cluster development too, right?
yes, absolutely, it would. So I would lean towards that, especially if you're having residential development.
Okay.
Is it safe to say, let's go towards the whole site and a 50% ratio?
Sounds good.
For housing,
Well, the ones I read don't specify the types of different.
okay.
I suppose it's not out of the question, but it seems like that'd be a little hard to manage.
I like the whole site idea. I don't know if 50% is right, or, is that typical of what most that you see?
I'd have to look at and research it, but, which I think at this point is not my job. But I think there are examples out there.
Okay,
Why don't we say the whole site and approximately 50%?
that sounds good.
Anybody got a problem with that?
Nope.
Thanks. Okay. I just wanna make some notes here. What do we wanna do about landmark trees? I think, number one, we encourage them to be saved. If there's one right in the middle of the building envelope, you can't, sometimes it's gonna be where you just can't help it. But you encourage them to design it to save them. You could have a higher penalty when they take them down, like instead of 1 inch for every 1 inch of DBH cut down, it's 1.5 if it's a landmark tree. And as Megan alluded, you could, if I understand her concept on credit, if they save a landmark tree, maybe you give them 1.5 inches for every inch of the landmark tree that it can use to reduce the number of replacement trees he's required. Is that what you meant by a credit? Maybe I didn't say it clearly. Define what you meant by a credit for landmark.
So if they saved a landmark tree, then they could get a credit for saving that towards their landscaping provisions. So I think in the Ann Arbor example they had that so that a certain amount of those trees that you preserved could count towards the landscaping requirements that are in the zoning ordinance. So that's
Like parking lot trees.
maybe like parking lot trees, or it would depend on the location of where they were.
But not replacement trees.
Not replacement trees. I think, I think the main thing for landmark trees is how you define them. And then whether you have a greater replacement ratio for them versus other trees. You treat them differently.
Okay, so my suggestion is we leave it up to Carlisle to define them, because he's got all that, huh?
I don't think we've got any budget to.
Well, no, when we get there.
Okay.
When we get there. Yeah. And then, so we gotta talk about, is there a little stiffer penalty for landmark trees that get cut down? Anybody got thoughts on that?
I don't know, I just think the landmark trees just muddies up the whole thing. I understand it's a more remarkable tree than standard, but I still think, cause that's, like, the landmark trees is like one of the reasons why I keep going to the site plan. It's like, if you have one of those and it's noted, when you come in, you're gonna build something, it's like everybody's gonna say, hey, what are you doing? Isn't there, can't you move your building here or there, or, like you said, the driveway, the guys cut it down to put a driveway in, it's like, hey, can't we put the driveway on the other side or something? And, I think that's where the site plan, looking at that, makes more sense than having a bunch of rules about different kinds of trees, so.
Okay, so just to encourage them to be saved. Okay.
I don't, if there is one and you could save it, I have no problem giving credit for that or whatever, but I guess I don't wanna, use it as a criteria not to cut it down, so.
Okay. As far as,
To me, the landmark thing's gonna come into play where, each species of tree is, you're probably gonna have a different diameter, what you're gonna call a landmark. An oak tree, 18-inch oak tree is gonna be easier to find than a, 18-inch, maple tree or something,
okay,
Or, I'm not saying I know the different species, but I'm just saying there's some that the trunk doesn't get as big as other species, so.
okay. I would suggest for the DBH, the diameter, that we go with 6 inches.
As a minimum?
Yeah, that's where you start counting.
To be inventoried?
Yeah. Anybody got any,
That's better than 4,
yeah.
4 is pretty tight.
What do you think about that, you guys?
What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, that's fine. I've seen 8 as well.
What?
I've seen the minimum be 8
8?
rather than 6.
All right.
We can make it 8.
You go with 8? You guys down there?
6 is,
8?
it's not very big.
Okay, everybody agrees with not protected trees used as modified architectural, forestry operations, trees required but for public utilities, for areas, improved portions of roads, dead, unhealthy, invasive trees that have become a danger, and emergencies. A couple of those are kind of vague, but you just can't pin down. One of the ordinances had nursery operations. I don't think we have any of those in our township.
You want emergency to be, Brian, like, also be like emergency / appeal? Like if somebody comes in and say, hey, this tree's hanging over my house, or,
Yeah,
Well, that would be, well, in my estimation, that would be a danger. That's what I mean by
Okay.
danger.
dangerous, yeah.
We can clarify that if you think it needs it.
alright,
Well,
as
I,
long as it's in there, so it's covered
Yeah.
under that, so. Okay. Danger, emergency, alright.
and then, penalty for, removing, 1 inch, replacing 1 inch for every 1 inch, a 1-to-1 ratio. No penalty, no additional penalty for landmark, and the ability for the planning commission to waive a certain percentage of the replacement. So, 1-to-1, sound good?
That's fine. Yeah.
And somebody throw out a number for
The waiver.
waiver.
I wanna do the 50%, like we said, I don't know. To me, I guess, just cause you have a, capability to go to, say, something like 50% doesn't mean we have to go to that percentage, do you? So,
I would assume that's right. Megan, you got any input on that?
No.
No, you don't have any input?
No.
Okay.
Fine, I guess that's my interpretation of up to 50%. If you're waiving stuff, it doesn't necessarily have to be 50. You know, it isn't like,
You can say no, or
You're right.
1%, or
right,
10%.
well, that's what I'm getting at, so.
Yeah, it's a
Depending
may.
on
It's up to
compensating
50%.
factors.
So if 100 trees are required to be preserved, the
Well, that's what
planning
I'm
commission
trying
could
to-
waive up to 50 trees.
Well, that's what I'm trying to make it, because 50% sounds like a lot. Well, to me, it's like, it's up to, it's not like, okay, you can cut out 50% of those trees.
Well, like Brian, sometimes it makes sense. Yes, they may be 8 inches, but they all may be 100 feet tall with just canopy at the top, and once you put the road in, they're all gonna be a hazard. So that's a case by case.
Under bullet point 3, other principles, design guidelines, they have a little more detail in that chart I prepared. We can get into those later. Identification of protected trees, it sounds like we all, sounds like we're all in agreement on a site plan of inventory noting the protected trees
Yeah, sounds good.
along with a replacement plan. Agreed?
Yes.
Yes.
Ability to remove trees ahead of site plan review, and if so, under what conditions? Access to the property, do soil analysis. I don't, and I would be, really appreciate some feedback from Brian and Megan on this. I know some of the ordinances gave them the ability to do this prior to site plan, so they can get in there and do some preliminary work.
So, the thing that I've seen, is that somebody gets preliminary approval, and then they have to, you have to do a whole range of things, before you get to final. The question is, do you want them to be doing land work, and if they're allowed to do any land work in between preliminary and final, that land work probably, like land balancing or grading, probably gonna remove trees at the same time during that time.
Yeah, we don't typically see that.
Yeah.
I mean, because they don't have control of the property until approvals are given. So that's
So that would be moved.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very, very rare. I mean, yeah, they're gonna go in and do soil borings, but I don't see it really being that big of an issue. mean, yes, there was one particular property, but he also didn't have access to his property. So, as part of previous development, so, you know, I'm not so sure, you know, the whole subject of clear cutting or moving land before site plan approval, they're at their own risk. And I'm not aware of many developers who do things without any kind of approval.
So are you saying no to that concept? Or, I mean, no. Or, I'm not clear on what you would recommend.
Well, I guess the provision he's reading right there says access, so keep in mind, some of these large parcels are actually owned by individuals, even though they may hold them in an LLC or whatnot. He could use it as his hunting property right now, so if he cuts a little hunting road in there and has a little campfire in the back and has a deer blind back there, I mean, is the township gonna go out and red tag him if they see him out there?
Well, I don't know if it would apply to that because
He's not pulling a
They're
site
not-
plan, but it's
Yeah.
his property.
Yeah, no,
I guess I was thinking more of like a developer wants to go in and walk the property.
And do
and he-
soil boring
Yeah.
tests and whatnot.
I don't know.
I mean, they're gonna
actually,
run over
what's
little
gonna happen.
saplings in that process, I guess is what you're saying, but will they have to run over any big trees? Only if it's densely wooded.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare when you do a soil boring test that they're gonna take out trees. I mean, they're driving through woods and knocking down scrub and all that kind of stuff.
Path of least resistance to get the
Yeah.
test they need.
So is it even worth mentioning?
No.
Okay. Everybody agree with that? Okay. Do we require a permit for removal of trees, and if so, when? I don't know how you enforce it if you don't require the issuance of a permit, but I'm open to suggestions.
if it's just applying to site plan, then they shouldn't be doing anything until they get final site plan approval. And then they would be beholden to whatever was on the approved site plan.
Yeah, if we're only doing it for properties that have site plans, it's part of getting a permit,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, and you're not really gonna get a permit, you're gonna go through pre-construction meeting, you're gonna go through issue a, once we receive the bonds, then, and at a pre-con, you pretty much know, then you're free to fly. Getting a building permit may be down the road. It could be 6, 8 months later because of land balance, installing utilities, et
Guess
cetera.
that'd be an internal thing. Do you wanna issue a separate tree removal permit upon site plan approval?
I think that's just an extra step.
Yeah,
I think part of your pre-con and then also before they started construction would be to inspect whether the trees that they've said that they were going to protect, whether they have the appropriate protection around them,
yeah, we do that anyway.
so.
I mean, it's all part of our process
Yeah.
with our engineer.
So, we're saying no to a permit, but they can't remove them before they get site plan approval, so. that-
Yeah, and truthfully, we don't let people do anything until we've had the pre-con and we have letters of credit. So, I don't know that's, with the exception of somebody may need to clear the trees to avoid the bat, issue over certain months of the year. Like Meyer did that, but they asked us if we had an ordinance that prevented them, and we said no. So, they were allowed to do that. But grading and construction, once you get past that, they had to have a pre-construction meeting and go through the steps. And actually have an approved construction drawing, set up a drawing.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Okay, so next, we briefly touched on this, the idea of replacing off-site as well as a tree preservation, or a tree fund. You wanna offer both options, but as Megan said, use the tree fund as the last resort.
That's what you said.
Thoughts?
Are there any other options as well? Are those basically it, besides a tree bank? I think we talked with Dick about a tree bank, and he said that's not a good idea, it's really difficult to manage.
Well, we have a wetland bank that's difficult to manage, so,
Yeah.
already.
So, but we don't, I guess what I'm saying is, we don't wanna add a tree bank, because if we can't manage one thing, why would we try to
Well,
manage
but how do you
something?
quantify a tree? Wetlands, we can quantify. But how do you quantify a 12-inch caliber maple, red maple?
Well, I'm a little confused by a tree bank. Do you mean a cash fund, or you mean where you can?
Physical tree.
Where you physically would would have a tree placed, and then someone
Could come
take
get it.
that and plant it somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
So, we talked about that before, Dick said, no, that's not a good idea,
No.
so that kind of fell off the table. Is there another option?
No, I look at money in lieu of, similar to our safety paths. So, you know, in lieu of putting in a safety path, you can donate that money or give us, our safety path fund, the money of what it would typically cost based on our engineer's estimate to build the safety path. So I see something similar with trees, you know.
You have to come up with a nominal amount for a tree.
Yeah, I have $400 for I don't know what these things cost, so, you know, I know what a basic small tree costs, but, you know, we use that in our estimates, but, you know, something that's of large stature, a 12 or 16-inch red maple, I have no idea what that would cost, you know.
Well, you'd have to go plant 4-inch caliper ones to replace it.
Right.
But then again, will that bank ever get used? Because why would you go plant more trees in Independence Oaks? Why would you go plant more trees at Bay Court? Why would you go plant more trees? I mean, they're already very heavily wooded. Where are you gonna plant them?
Yeah. So you can also have, like, as we said, a waiver. I pulled up something from City of Dexter where they have this in their zoning ordinance. They have something that says tree replacement off-site is the last option. Every effort should be made to relocate or mitigate trees on site. And then it says the requirement for on-site mitigation may be altered or waived by the planning commission if the proposal meets the following criteria. It has 4, and then should the proposal meet the above criteria, the planning commission may reduce requirement for on-site mitigation or permit mitigation off-site at an approved location or by contribution to the city's tree replacement program. So if you can't meet everything on site, then planning commission could waive based on these circumstances, and then either plant it off-site. And we all agree, like, so-and-so needs, you know, we just put up a new park, we definitely could use new trees there.
Or it's a dead median tree in Sashabaw.
Yeah,
I
right.
guess.
You know, those are,
Right.
you know, you do that,
Right.
that counts, or you pay into a fund, and that
It-
fund is the last resort.
If it's money, do you end up defining how you?
If it's money, usually that's a resolution that's passed by the township board.
Okay. Okay, so we don't need to get into that.
No.
Okay. So I'm gonna say yes to replacement off-site as well as a fund. Okay?
Sure.
Do we prohibit clear cutting? And my answer would be yes. That's primary goal.
Well, we need to define what that means.
Yes. We don't have to define it now.
Removal of over a certain,
Yeah, it's an Orion Township has a definition there, so we could
what's that one say?
plagiarize theirs. This says,
I think we might all.
removal within any 5-year period of more than 20% of the total number of protected trees located on a parcel of land without a permit.
So every big property owner can go take down 20% a year for the next 5 years?
Well, but these
No,
are,
it's
these are
five-
for, these are
5
site
year period.
plan, right, these are related to site plan, so that's a little different.
That sounds like it's for single family.
Yeah,
only.
it's right, so that definition doesn't necessarily apply to what we're looking at here. Yeah.
Yeah, but like City of Troy has a provision on page 2 of theirs, applicability, number B2, it's on the bottom of page 2. If it's determined that based on associated historical aerial photographs or other evidence, an owner or developer of property was required to comply with this section, has removed or cleared protected trees within 5 years at the time the site plan For subdivision approval, the planning commission may require the property developer to install additional landscaping as required by the site plan or subdivision approval to offset the impact of the new development upon adjacent properties. So, if I'm the developer, I come to you now and say, hey, like, I wanna develop this, and we look back 5 years and I clear cut it, then you might be on the hook.
And that protects you from somebody doing it even 2 years before they come for site plan.
Right, now, whether this needs to be 5 years in code, like, lawyers can argue about that provision, but
Okay.
that's what's in the city of Troy's.
Everybody okay with that idea?
Yeah.
Penalty. We talked about that. Require a bond, I think, I'm gonna say the answer is yes.
Well, we already have performance guarantees, so I guess, and we always get those guarantees on at least the what landscaping they're gonna plant, so, what would the bond be for, that they don't take down any protected trees? And then if they comply, then we release it? I
And-
mean, I guess you have to define what that's for.
Or you could alter your performance guarantee to say that it needs also, language in the zoning where it also needs to cover any
Yeah.
replacement trees.
I mean, we could probably include it under the same bond that we get.
Yeah, that
A
would
letter
make
of
the most
credit.
sense, rather than have something separate.
Okay, let's do that. We talked about replacement plan being required. I think the answer there is yes.
Yep.
And the answer is no on tighter restrictions on landmark trees. So, okay. On the, so on the last page of the little chart I put together, there's some of these guidelines. And a lot of the ordinances had these, no activity within the drip line of protected trees that are remaining, no attachment of device to a protected tree that is proposed to remain, barriers. I mean, I won't read every one of these, but for the most part, they were pretty consistent. Except, as I read, Orion's, except for Orion, they didn't make any mention of some of these. But what do people think about these concepts in general? I think they're good ideas, they're guidelines, and they're meant to protect trees that are remaining, and, protect, yeah.
There could be suggestions in the site plan for how to save the trees. So.
Would a device be considered landscape lighting, like down lighting?
Suppose it could be, yeah.
What was that question?
He asked if the device would be considered landscape lighting.
Oh, okay. As opposed to sign lighting?
Yeah, or even a sign, I suppose. And then somewhere in here was the concept of not requiring trees within if you've got a cluster of trees that you're gonna protect, not requiring them to be inventoried. That concept was, and I think that's a good concept, I like it. Anybody got any thoughts on these guidelines on that last page? Anybody got an issue with any of them?
subjective. I mean, to me, that's where, like I say, they're kind of like recommendations, because like use of retaining walls, well, who's gonna say, hey, I need the retaining wall here, or I'm just sloping it?
Yeah.
Or, you know, so I mean, it still gets back to the review of the site plan. I mean, to me, these are kind of things that you should be looking at. It's like, hey, if you did this, you know, you could save this tree, or if you did this, you could do, you know, save that tree, so.
Okay.
So they're almost like guidelines for site plan review, landscape review.
All right, anybody else got any comments? I think I got enough here, I can put it, like, something together and take it to ROAC and then bullet points of what we want included, and bring it back here for a review, and then at some point go to the board, ask them to approve our
Sounds like a plan.
friends at Carlisle drafting. Okay? All right, moving right along here. GIS in our community presentation.
I just want to do a 10-minute presentation because the time's late, so I'm going to blast through this really fast.
Okay.
This came up, Dick and I, and battery's almost dying, so I'm going to plug in. But Dick and I talked about this several weeks ago, that, you know, in order to help the planning commission, let me grab my mouse here. In order to help you in your decision-making, I'm not sure many of you are aware of what is actually on our website and what we do with GIS in the township, which is a pretty significant amount of work. I'm going to share my screen. Wrong one. Okay, so I'm going to start with GIS. We do a lot of GIS in this township, and by doing so, it helps us in our decision-making, efficiency, et cetera. Whoa, whoa. What happened? There we go.
Just to mute yourself.
Doesn't like that, I've got a PowerPoint open right now. Okay, now it's working. So what is GIS? It's Geographic Information System. So it's a spatial system that creates, manages, and analyzes maps and all kinds of other data. How's it used? We use it as a township. This is used worldwide, by the way. But we use it to identify problems, respond to events that are going on. We set priorities within our departments. We monitor the change, and we do forecasting such as demographics, et cetera. And we try to understand trends, and it just helps us throughout our workflows in all our departments. In terms of who uses GIS worldwide, education systems use it, public safety, so police, fire, transportation, utilities, local state government, national government, telecommunications, natural resources, and there's many more. You've probably at some point in your life opened up some sort of interactive map somewhere by an organization. In terms of what we do here, it's an evolving system that we have. We have an enterprise database, a server, where we store utility data. We use desktop versions of the software, and we also develop applications, and it's all cloud-based. We also do software as a service. There's other applications that's like business analyst and other things. This is just a history of the township and how we got to this point. In 2006, when I was with Carlisle Wortman Associates, we developed the first color map, and that was for Independence Township. And as time evolved, DPW and fire, they have a lot of applications, and they started storing our utility framework on a server. In 2015, this was an initiative by Supervisor Kittle to improve the communication with the public, try to find efficiencies in our departments and working between departments, and transparency was the biggest factor in this. So if we could display to the public, what are the developments going on in the township? Who's got a permit down the street from me? You know, or do they have a permit? Looking at housing sales, all of these things could be flushed out through GIS. And we actually have a service agreement with Oakland County. We're very lucky because they allow us to use their cloud storage for free in their organization. And so what we've done is developed a series of applications. We have about 40. They cover all the different departments. A lot of these center around planning, because with GIS systems, planning is the name of the game. And we kind of hold all of the authoritative data on zoning, land use, etc. But these are just different applications that we've developed, and a lot of these are on our website. Some are held, and there's components to each one of these applications. So there's an internal side to this and an external. I'm going to give you a quick example. So we have what's called public-facing applications. We have if you go to our website, and I'm going to show you in a minute how to get to our application. Our website has all the interactive maps that are open to the public right now. There's a lot that we've retired because the road millage is over. You don't need to see a story map about the road millage because it's done. But we also develop what are called hub sites. It's basically a website for code enforcement and the master plan update. And we also, on each one of these public-facing apps, there's an internal side that we can look at internally as either a department or just for statistical and tracking mechanism purposes. And those are held in dashboards or what are called manager apps. And I'm going to give you an example of our code enforcement reporter. This is an app that you can open up through our gallery, and it starts with a splash page, and you just click to enter it, and it opens up the map. And I grabbed these snapshots today because this is live, to show, and you can select a code enforcement problem. And when you do that, you open up a type of problem, and it's got all the categories of blight, or it could be trash, inoperable vehicles, long grass, you name it. You can type it in, you can submit a photo, you give us an address, and it gets reported to us. This is our online system of reporting. There's no other community in Oakland County, or even probably Southeast Michigan, that does it this way. Then you look at what's on the internal side. So this is what our code enforcement officers look at when complaints come in. They get an email generated to their email, and it's all done through a script that kicks them an email to say, hey, a problem's been reported, and it gives all the data. And then they go into this manager program, and they can track the status, provide comments, so the public can see that we're actually investigating, or we've closed a complaint. I just grabbed one here, and if you provide a name or an email address, really, we treat everything anonymously, but if you provide an email address, we'll send you a survey once it's completed, a satisfaction survey, because we want to track that data. So this is also this is on my screen every day. This is so I can manage what we're doing. This is our dashboard that shows complaints, and I did this as of today. We have 284 complaints that we've gotten this year.
Were those all submitted this way? Or
Yep, or they may have been
Called?
in person, and we'll update this app so it's all accurate. We're on pace. Last year we had 420 code enforcement cases. We picked up 1,900 signs. This year we're on pace for over 500. And you know, the thing that we do when we do enforcement, and a lot of you probably don't know our process, but we give people 10 days to comply. Then we send a second notice, we give them another 10 days. And then after that, we ticket them. So this way, through a civil infraction. So we track the average resolution time. I added that last year because it's important to know, are we getting a good level of compliance or not? And then we can track, this thing tracks, what's our biggest complaint? Right now it's tall grass. You know, that's our we've had more complaints on tall grass, property maintenance than anything else. And we track it by month. So obviously as time goes on, December, January are pretty slow. Then it picks up real hard once grass starts growing. But this is a very important part of our operations in the planning department, because we need, you know, that way I know what's going on when the guys are in the field. This is another tab on that dashboard. This is looking at the people that we send surveys to. Obviously we don't do a lot because people want to be anonymous. They don't put their name and stuff on there. So, you know, but, you know, we look at how, you know, this gauges how well we're treating our customers, how fast, you know, we're doing it, and the resolution quality, and all these are important factors and help us in our management of everything. And then how do we communicate the results to the public? We have a website for that. So I'm going to show you that here in a sec. And this basically shows the public. They can click on each one of these little dots, and the green ones are closed out complaints, and they're all in various different colors depending on where we're at in the process. And this basically, you can click on it and see what our resolution was, how long it took, when it was closed, and why. Because people want to know, like, where are we at with the guy down the street with his junk car? I mean, instead of calling, they can go to this and just look and track it. So I'm going to show you real quickly a demo, but first I just want to talk about what's next after, so that way I can get out of PowerPoint here on Teams. I was just at the Esri user conference last week. I go every year, I think, except for COVID. It's about 50,000 people from around the world that attend this conference. And it's a lot of technical sessions, a lot of demos. We work exclusively with ArcGIS Solutions. That's the team that we work with, because they handle solutions, and we've helped develop a lot of them for them as just a pilot project. A lot of the new applications, a lot of our applications are old right now. They were developed a long time ago. Well, with new developments in Java and HTML and code and everything else, we've had to now convert a lot of them to what are called instant apps or experience apps, where it's native to a device. So if you have an old iPhone, it will scale itself appropriately. If you have a PC or an iPad, it knows the screen size and it adjusts and scales. The old apps don't do that. So we're in the process of updating that. I'm going to show you the parcel viewer in a minute, but by the end of the year, we're going to have a new version of it that's, you'll be able to flip between 2D and 3D. So, because I've been working on a lot of 3D stuff. We're going to update our code enforcement reporter, and when I show you that dashboard, you're going to see that there's a lot of categories we can have on there. A lot of them relate to DPW, and they have an application called CityWorks, which this app will plug into that and be able to send them service requests. So if a hydrant or, you know, a light's not working, they can address it. I also just stood up a service request application for the township, so if somebody wants a map, we do a lot of work with the clerk's office on elections, a lot. And, you know, if they want a different app or they need something done, like they wanted the ballots on the application that we developed for polling place. So if you're in precinct 3, it's gonna pull up, it's gonna pull up precinct 3 and you'll be able to click on your ballot, it goes to precinct 3's ballot. So you know exactly who you're voting for, and if you don't know how to get there, it's got directions. So, you know, that's, with the amount of homes that we sell, that are sold every year and build, it's over 800 new new homes almost per year. So a lot of people just don't know where to go. So, and with the younger generation, they're on their phone. So, you know, we're also working on some other stuff with infographics, which are basically poster boards of demographics data, and demographics are pretty fancy. You know, instead of throwing a big chart on our website, you can put it all in one big graphic, you know, and with a bunch of charts, and it's easier for people's memory and ability to read. So this is an ever-evolving thing that we do. It's managed, I mean, I basically develop everything for town hall. You know, so it's critical to our operations as a whole. But I'm gonna show you now a different window. And let me see, I think it is this one. Okay, so this is our website. Now we're in the process of updating it. We've probably been working on that since COVID, but it's close to being updated, so I've kind of been delaying showing you some of this stuff because it's gonna change. There's a red tab on the right-hand side that says Reference Center and Interactive Maps. And when you click on that, it's gonna open up this page here, which is all our interactive maps, you know, so, and it's in order of how I've updated them. So, we just put an app out for early voting, because early voting starts, I think, the 27th. So people can find out where to go vote, or drop off their absentee at a drop box. We have all the election results going back to 2016 by township, how the township voted. You know, you can look at ballot resolutions and things like that even on it. And it's got turnout and number of absentee ballots, because that helps the clerk know how she needs to staff the precincts. You know, if we're getting a high number of absentee, and so the first one I want to show you is the parcel viewer. So when you click on that icon, it pulls up the parcel viewer. So all you have to do is type in an address, and it's going to zoom in and give you the 2023 aerial, and it's going to give you information about the property. It's going to talk about, is this in a floodplain or not? Some parcels are, some aren't. It's the zoning, the land use, the current land use, which is totally live from Oakland County. What sign district is it in? Because we need to know those things. Is it in a hunting area? You know, and what school district is it in? You know that will show you that. So this app's our most popular app. It's used every day by a lot of people in the township itself and outside the township. People print these and submit them for ZBA because they're scalable when they print them. So, you know, this is something that we provide as a service. When you go back to the website, under residents, we have what's called a code, you know, it's called code enforcement. And what that does when you click on that is it opens up this problem center. So this is kind of our hub for what's going on with code enforcement and how to do it. We get a lot of flack that we don't do any code enforcement here, but you know, you can see by the number of code enforcement complaints that we handle on a daily basis, and throughout the year, we do a lot. And it covers building, it covers a lot of different things. So this gives you a link on how to submit a report, or you can just call us. That's fine too. This shows you the active reports, and when you click on one that's in process, it gives you all the details that you need to know. Now, it doesn't tell you who the person is who lives there or who made the complaint. We keep that hidden, but it shows you that information. And then these are just some more tracking that we do, and what's open, what's been resolved, and then, you know, what is our customer service this year. So it's a really neat application. I just rebranded it last week to our new colors, because that's kind of the main thing right now. On our website, if you go to government and you can scroll down to our master plan update, this is our master plan site. Esri's told me that there's only one other site like this they've seen, and it's in California. And so basically, this is an update for the residents on what is a master plan. We had Mr. Carlisle and I did a video a long time ago when this all started, you know, kind of what is a master plan and things like that. Talk about reviewing the plan, and then you can click on different elements. We put together a survey for the residents during this, early on in this process, and that was kind of something new. Instead of you coming to town hall and filling out a piece of paper, we digitized it all and made it a survey. So I put this on here. This is our results of our survey, and it's quite interesting to scroll through here and see the sentiment, questions about how they live, where they live, how they work, our satisfaction in our parks, and we got 461 responses. We took this to the QR code for this to Clarkson football games. We gave it out as much as we could, advertised it on the website, in the newspaper multiple times when we had the Township Times, and we got a lot of results. And what's cool is you can geographically see where people have filled out the survey, because it's grabbing the location off your phone or off your PC. So it's really important that we did this, because people don't know what a master plan is, or what is it even for. So we wanted, you can read the entire community profile, which you guys see a snippet of it in the master plan. We're not gonna put all 40 pages of demographics in there for you to see. We shrunk it, what you see in the document is the kind of the important stuff. But you can read the whole document. You can see the history of the master plan and all the updates that we've done. Some population, just basic statistics I put in here. You can read what are the current goals and objectives, and these are it. These are the goals that we have right now, and obviously, when the plan's adopted, I'm going to change all of it to what we have now. So you can look at the land use patterns and our current. This is our implementation now, and the zoning plan. But this site's been used. I track how many times this site's viewed, and it's viewed probably 12, 15 times a day, which doesn't sound like a lot, but somebody's looking at it. The election polling places app is the day before election day, it's used about 1,000 times. The day of election, it's used more than that. It's almost closer to 1,500 times. So somebody's viewing it, so I can see all that kind of on the back end of all the programming that I do. And this is just knowing HTML and things like that. So, get out of there. So I was showing you still images of this. This is the actual application. And it takes a minute to load. We have a lot of complaints right now. But I want to make a blight complaint, and you go to submit complaint, and there's a drop down of all the different, that's not showing you on there, but it's on my screen. It shows you all the different types of complaints you can file: tall grass, storage, dumping, garbage, noise, et cetera. And then you type in your address, you submit a complaint and we get it. So you can also look at specific ones and you can click on specific ones and see what's going on. And we provide these comments to the residents so they know what's going on.
What
So-
percentage are anonymous versus they give you?
Probably 90%.
Yeah. 'Cause they
Some
just-
people, because it's optional to leave your name and address and all that, we prefer that people do that, because then we can call them.
But they
and-
think they're gonna get retribution from somebody, you know?
That's true.
So-
And so, having, between the two code enforcement officers we have, one being part-time now, because he's going into retirement, we have 65 years of law enforcement experience between the two of them. So they treat everything anonymously, and that's how it works. But I really want you all to be able to use some of these applications when you need them. This one relates to the Planning Commission. This is an old app. This was the first one we developed. And this talks about what are the projects going on in the community, active right now, in the planning stages or under construction or whatever. So I'm just gonna poke at the map. And it pulls up, let's say, let's grab one. The market. Okay, this is the Meyer Fresh. This gives you all the stats on is it under construction or not? Yes. And every one of these dates, you can click on it, it takes you right to the packet to look at the drawings. So, let me grab one that is not quite approved, but is in process. So this is one you're going to see soon, this project. So when it's under site plan review, and you're going to see this in August, this site. So I haven't filled out all the dates because we're just making sure that they're going to be on. So, and I haven't prepared the packet. So, I want to submit a comment about this, so the public can click on it. It'll take them to another app where they can provide public comment. And if anybody comments online, you're going to get copies of it. During the Walden Village process, we had probably 40 pages of comments from people who use this app. So it's really important. And once it ends site plan review, we take, you can't comment anymore. It's done. So, but this is something that a lot of people don't realize we have, but this is something that I think only Troy uses, something similar to this. So we've tried to make this, and this is about, we developed this first because this was about transparency. Somebody on Facebook says, well, what's going on down here? Is there going to be another Taco Bell or something like that? And usually somebody will point to this and say, no, it's a Culver's drive-through edition. So all the facts are here. Unfortunately, on Facebook, people don't like facts. But, this is the facts, So that's what we try to show, and that's where we can be transparent with the public. The numbers don't lie, the plans don't lie, and if I want to look at that public hearing notice, it'll pull it right up. So, that's really why I wanted to show you guys, to know that, us as a department, us as a township, our goal is to provide as much transparency to the public as possible. All the data's out there, whether it's dealing with the Planning Commission or dealing with elections. You want to see the results of who votes for marijuana and who doesn't, you can go see that by precinct. So there's a lot of important information, who votes for the governor or who doesn't, It's actually quite interesting to review some of those demographics. And now we're going to add early voting to those numbers. because, the clerk wants to know that, you know, so that's where we provide that information. So, that's really all I wanted to show you, because I know it's late. I didn't want to ramble on. I could show you 25 other things, but I just want you to explore that page on the website. The website's going to look different probably in about a month, but you'll still be able to get to this. And the supervisor has access to all 40 applications, all the back-end stuff. He gets access to everything that we've ever developed, even the old road millage stuff. I leave it on there. One thing that's come out of Facebook scuttlebutt is road closures and road construction. So we're going to stand that app up here in the next month or so, because the public doesn't know what's going on with construction, and a lot of that's in the dark for other reasons. It used to be, we knew, we knew when things were happening, but it's you know, things have changed. So, but the point is I wanted you to see all the things that we offer, and at least the highlights of it. And you know, Oakland County looks at us as the tip of the spear, because I know how to use Python and write scripts and do some really cool things to pull data out of BSNA, which is our permit system, and show these things graphically. And you know, it's Esri, the product solution that makes you know, develops this software, uses us as guinea pigs on a lot of different things. You know, the parcel viewer we were the guinea pig, and I built it. So, and they said, okay, this is great. We can apply this to we can provide this type of solution to everybody in the world, essentially. So, it's really neat. It's a cool system. The township invests a lot of money into it, but it's also very important. A lot of things that are hidden, like utility framework, we don't show the public, you know, because there's Homeland Security issues with that. So, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I blew through this like 100 miles an hour, but I gave this similar presentation to the board a few years ago when we had some new board members, just to show them some of this. And I think it's important with new commissioners to see what we have out there, and what, you know, maybe it'll help you in decision making, because you can go on the parcel viewer and you can view parcels around you. You know, we all get confused by the colors, but there's no colors on the parcel viewer for a reason, because it's, you know, I don't know what orange is versus other orange, you know, because we have a lot of districts. So this way we can show it, and you can look at anything you want. And it helps new residents too. We have a school locator. They don't know what elementary they're going to go to when they buy a house. So, you know, we also worked with the school on that, and we did some COVID stuff to help the schools out during COVID. So, you know, we try to work with all the constituents to produce things that are important and help ultimately with our township and our workflow, whether it's through assessing or the clerk's office. So.
Thank you, Brian.
Very good.
Any
Yeah,
questions?
the website's gonna change soon, with our new branding and everything, and that's a big part of what I'm doing, is going into these applications and rebranding them all. So, it's a big process, you know, but, it's fun stuff, and we house it all in the planning department because everything centers around us here in this room, you know, and I think that's kind of where it drives it. And, you know, we made a point several years ago to work with each department. What does the clerk need? What does the assessing need? You know, they see our permit history, so they know where to go out in the field and check on permits and do assessments. So there's just a lot of things that we do. Tax calculators on the website and the assessing page are incredible. So you can estimate your property taxes based on how much you bought your house for. So a lot of neat stuff. I encourage you to all look at it, and any questions, I can answer those.
Can you contest your property taxes on that?
No, but there's an application called equitable property value, where you can look at the homes. If you're gonna go to the board of review, you know, it's not good for the board of review, but we you can click on a radius and see the sales data in your, in 1 mile of you to help you in your sales study when you go to the board of review and try to fight your taxes. But,
Which is the same thing assessing uses when they're looking,
Yep.
so
Exactly.
everybody's using the same database to look up comparables.
yep, exactly. Yeah, it'll tell you what the house sold for and the particulars of the house, how big it is, when it was built and so forth. So, and that's all pulled using a script from assessing. So, and it's pretty much live data. So, I'm done. Let's keep moving.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Let's make it quick.
Next item, access management. Megan, did you have a presentation or just want to take any questions?
I didn't take any questions. I feel like we talked about this a little bit during the master plan and that, having an implementation item to go into and developing those standards. So if there's anything beyond that you felt that was in this memo that should go in the master plan, be happy to hear it. But otherwise, I really didn't have a presentation prepared.
I thought the article or memo was really well done and very self-explanatory.
Dick always does a great job.
Yeah, yeah. Anybody have any questions on it? Thank you. Next item is approval of last month's minutes. Anybody have any changes? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the minutes as written.
Motion to approve is written.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Abstain for me, since
Okay.
I wasn't here.
Consultants report, do you have anything?
No, sir.
I have one thing. I'm not a consultant, but I do have one thing.
We'll classify you under discussion.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And we're in discussion, I think. We're gonna bring, we're gonna have an agenda item on signs related to an election,
Ah,
okay? As of today, we picked up 865 signs that are illegally placed. So we're gonna look at temporary signs and maybe beefing up the language a little bit. It's occupying most of our time. The proliferation of signs out there. And I'm not gonna call out candidates or anything like that, but we know every candidate and we track it by candidate and we take pictures of every single one we take. And every one we take, 5 more end up at the same spot. And now we're getting calls from property owners and residents about it. Residents are pissed about the amount of signs. Then property owners, major property owners like McLaren and others are calling us saying, get them all out of here. So, we're on a warpath to get this reined in somehow. We don't know what the legalities are of if we can do anything, but, it's a major problem, and it doesn't make the township look good. Because you go out to Orion or you go to Waterford, their signs are easily, very little signage out there. But we've been given counsel has told us we can pull signs if they're illegally placed. We can even cite the candidate with a civil infraction if we wanted to. We're not gonna go down that road. But, we place all the signs at the dumpster, they come and get them, and then they end up in spots that are again illegal, and they multiply.
why don't you put trackers on them while you have them in here?
Well, we've thought about a
I'm
lot of
kidding.
different ideas, but I just want you to be aware that in August, we gotta have a discussion about it. And Dick and I are gonna go back to early versions of the sign ordinance revisions that we did during COVID, and, cause we had a lot tougher restrictions. I mean, you can't limit the number of signs per candidate at a street corner, but MDOT has regulations, so does the road commission, so maybe we can find some happy medium. And every candidate gets a sheet of paper from the clerk's office that says, gives them tells them what the rules are. And, we sent out 2 emails warning them that we're gonna continue to take them, and, hopefully they follow the rules. Some do, some don't.
It'd be nice if a responsible candidate just knocked on the door and asked the people if they could put it there. Problem solved.
Unfortunately, that never happens.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. That's not true.
Well, I'm
Sometimes.
talking,
One of my signs went to a private property that didn't get used.
I don't question that.
Okay.
You're talking about a certain individual who's not listed. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah,
So,
let's not go there.
but, you know, we typically don't have problems with those signs. So, it's companies that are calling us, CVS, things like that. So, the schools,
Yeah.
school system, totally, I don't know how they don't know that signs are everywhere in front of Pine Knob Elementary, but they are. People don't realize McLaren owns most of Sashabaw Road, it seems to me, you know, and, so we were out today taking care of that. But I just want you to be aware that this is a problem. Hopefully we can come up with something that will help, but, the amount of hours and manpower that this is taking, and early voting starts this weekend. We're gonna be at Baycourt Park, so that's a township asset. You can't have signs there. So, we're gonna do our best. I'm sure all of you think that it looks terrible, and it does, in our opinion too. Makes us all look bad, and it makes it look like we're not doing anything. And I can assure you that we're busting our butt. And if our two enforcement officers with all that police experience say it's a hazard, they're pulling them. I think they've been through enough traffic accidents that they know what's dangerous and what's not. And we trust the judgment.
I assume the goal is to get this in place before November?
No, I don't think that'll happen.
Oh, really?
No, but I think we can have something a little more concrete.
Okay.
It's, in my lifetime here, it's never been this bad.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know if that's a function of the number of candidates, or it's a function, I don't know what it is. But, you know, we try to enforce the ordinance, and we're gonna try to do everything we can to enforce the ordinance. So,
Okay.
But we
Thanks for the
appreciate
heads up.
that because it does make the township look bad
Yeah.
to residents, non-residents, people
Yeah.
going through. It's
I
just,
know.
Can I make a suggestion? Shame the candidates. Put up how many signs you pulled down of theirs.
Oh, we have a spreadsheet,
Yeah, post it. Make it public.
daily spreadsheet.
He can't right now.
Hmm?
He really could right now. That would be advisable for him to do so.
Get the code enforcement to do it. Anytime mine goes down, I never.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah. Brian, you all set?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn at 10:04?
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, folks.